All right, guys, I should be in both rooms now. Hopefully loud and clear. Sorry about that. So, lots happening actually. So, on a personal note, and again, I just need another sound check, okay? In YouTube. Okay, thank you, Pepe. So, on a personal note, so that CGC that, of course, went bonkers along with a lot of the other cannabis stocks yesterday. So, I actually held some overnight. Fortunately, I did not get up early enough. I'm out of it now, but I am looking. I was in around the 12 level, and I got a little greedy. I saw after hours I got up to 1568. This morning did get up to 1586, but I wasn't up by then. I'm on the West Coast. It's 2:45 my time, so I was not up by then. Anyway, I'm out of it now. I was kind of waiting to see if I could take out 15 again later on, but it may not. But we have a lot of earnings plays. Amazon, not that Amazon really did much, but Amazon is an earnings play. It goes up about 2%, 3.8% now. So Amazon's an earnings play, AMZN. Starbucks is also an earnings play and on the way down. Starbucks, SBUX, big gap down, 12.5%, 12.8%. It's a big drop on 1.1 billion in the float. So that is a big drop, excuse me, big drop for Starbucks. Now we've got some little ones here. These are not earnings plays, of course. CTMX, providing initial phase one clinical data. That's an update on May the 8th. That was enough to get this one going. Pally is another one, another cheap one. Got up to $10. Colitis drug update. Now, IMCC actually is still up for the day. It is one of the other big cannabis play, but it's another cannabis play. Did something huge after hours, got up to 164 after hours. It is still up 29%. Even NYCB is having a day. So an earnings play for NYCB, of course, the beaten up regional bank. Root is an earnings play. ROOT is an earnings play. Nice gap up for it, 26%. Not a lot of volume yet. That volume will pick up. The released earnings after hours, that mauve area on my 15-minute chart, that is the after hours. And just as you're talking about leg, William, leg is moving down on earnings, I believe. Yeah, leg is moving down on earnings. Big gap down. All time low. Yes, this is an all-time low. I had to check out my position in a lifetime range chart or filter. And yeah, so this is an all-time low now for Leggett and Platt. I don't play earnings plays, John. What I'm talking about right now. In other words, playing earnings plays to me means taking them ahead of their release. So let's say a stock releases after hours today. Well, I'll take it at the end of the day and hold through its earnings release. No, I never do that. Okay. These are earnings plays now. But Lake has already released earnings. Now the interesting part comes. What is it going to do? So it's not a gamble really anymore because right now the price is built in to the earnings release, and now we have to see if we can trade around it. I don't mean just this one, but any sort of a earnings release. And earnings plays, they're all here. Here are all the earnings plays today. I mean, I don't even think I could probably fit them all in. Okay. These are the ones down, and these are the ones that are up. And just a simple filter we use. Pins is an earnings play. Yeah, somebody said they held pins overnight. Pins overnight. PINS is an earnings play. So using our filter for earnings, if you put minus 0.25 in the min and 0.25 in the max, minus 0.25 refers to the day before, after hours. So that's pins right there. You can always tell because I mean, look at the action after hours. That mauve area right here. CVS is an earnings play. CVS, where are you? There you are. CVS is an earnings play. Big gap down on earnings for it also. Well, we already talked about Starbucks. SWKS is WKS. This is also an earnings play. And there are tons of earnings plays, guys. We have 1,000 companies releasing this month. This week, and a bunch more next week, and the week after, and the week after. So we are into earnings season in a big way. All right. Well, I'll quickly look at the what's happening in the in the major sectors. So the SPY is still in jeopardy, and yes, FOMC no presser today. Just the minutes released at 2 o'clock. And what else? What else do I see on the economic calendar? So again, I don't know how much this is going to affect, but 9:45 we have the PMI manufacturing index, 10 o'clock ISM manufacturing index, 10 o'clock construction spending. And then the big one, FOMC announcement. Oh, actually, I'm sorry. There is a presser today. There is a presser today. So we're going to have 2 o'clock and at 2:30. Sorry about that. You're seeing that now. All right. Well, let's take a look at the major sectors and see what's happening. My computer's going to go a little crazy for a second. All right. Wow. So look at uranium, guys. I saw there were some uranium plays up, but this is the ETF for uranium, URA. So uranium is obviously. I did see that CCJ was up. CCJ had earnings, I believe, yesterday, and really nothing. But I did see that CCJ was up this morning. But anyway, uranium is the star as we speak. So what you're seeing here, XLE, the major ETF for energy, 91% in red. That means that 91% of the stocks that make up XLE are down from yesterday's close. And again, I don't see any one of them that is in green in any big percentage pop. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything that is really standing. AMCR. It's AMCR. Is this an earnings play? AMCR. Yeah. So AMCR is an earnings play. Nice gap up on earnings. Probably DD is DuPont is an earnings play more than likely. Yeah. So we've got DuPont and AMCR. A couple of other earnings plays. All right. So what I'm seeing, TGTX. I'm sorry, I don't think I mentioned TGTX. TGTX. This is up because it is not an earnings play. I'm just stalling for time here. Actually, it is an earnings play. Sorry, it is an earnings play. May 1st. Just one moment, please. So yeah, TG Therapeutics, TGTX. This is an earnings play. The next highs, actually, looking left, are around 1911, 1902, 1889. So around the 19 level on the weekly chart, anyway. So on the weekly chart, anyway, there is some room for TGTX. CVS continues down, guys. CVS continues down on earnings. Boy, what a terrible month this has had. From 80 down to 58 now. Last month, of course. This was the 4 weeks. And now this is this week. So call it 5 weeks. Boy, leg continues down now. Did you say you're long it right now? Leg just continues down. All-time low, guys. All-time low. Howell, I think I saw this one. I'm trying to think of yeah, this is a real expensive one, guys, but this is an earnings play. POWL, Powell Industries. This is an earnings play. Boy, CVS just continues. Oh joy. I've lost my single stock window now. You guys seeing the same thing in a single stock window? Or is it just me? I've lost all my day. Oh, it just came back. Okay. Need a little. Question in the YouTube room is WGS good for continuation play? Maybe. I don't know. I haven't seen it today, so no volume yet. Possible. I mean, we don't. You don't know until the market opens, of course. But there is no volume right now, so there's not a lot of carry through enthusiasm for it. Boy, leg. Boy, this is just continuing down, guys. All-time low now. Meanwhile, the market is putting it a modest rally off 500, a modest little rally off 500. The boy, leg is just wow. So they, so they reported worse than expected Q1 financial results, reduced its dividend. That is leg. Already a minute. Okay, guys. Well, let's have a great trading day, everybody. I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I do try to let things settle down. And by the oh man, just give me a moment. I'm behind here. Have to get my layout that I use. This is the layout that I use once the market opens. This screen you're going to see here is very, very similar to the pre-market actives up. All right, just in the nick of time. Okay, guys, we are now open. CVS is continuing down, guys. CVS continuing down on earnings. All right, CTMX is still hanging in there. It hasn't given up too much yet. Pally is yeah, it's a big pullback from 10 still. Pinterest, PINS, is making a new high. Looks like it's taking out the pre-market high also, PINS. Next high on Pinterest on the weekly chart is 41.74. Another one getting hit down on earnings, SWKS. SWKS getting hit down on earnings. Wow, I'm glad I got rid of my CGC now. So a lot of the uranium plays, I'm saying URG, DNN. I'm sure CCJ must be up. A lot of the uranium plays are just flying. So if you want to play uranium, but you don't want to pick a specific stock, this is the ETF. URA is the ETF for uranium. And I got another uranium play, guys. So wow, takes up this 571, has some room to, well, actually not a lot of room, sorry. Look bigger on this daily chart, not a lot of room. Now, again, mention this every day. If you have our AI, this is what I feel you should do. Just have this window open, okay? So if you click on new from our toolbar, pick the middle one, Premium AI Strategy Trades window. Okay, the trades window. This is what you're going to see. Notice it's blank. No alerts until at least 9:40. Okay, that is by design. Okay. How you trade them, if you trade them, of course, is up to you. And the other thing I would do is get rid of in the filter. If this does not say none in that box there, if it does not say none, I would hit the down arrow and uncheck whatever is checked. So it says none. So you can see that you can see them all day long. Wow, look at Bitcoin now, guys. IBIT. I'm just going to use this as my Bitcoin proxy. I mean, 60,000 now is nowhere to be seen. We're about what 57,000 now for Bitcoin. I think NCLH is another earnings play, guys. I believe it is. Yes, it is. One of the cruisers. So important level it's at right now. NCLH, important level it's at right now, right on the 200-day moving average. It's sitting on it. 1750. You can see right there. If you can see my daily chart, you see that blue line. That is the 200-day moving average. All right, guys. I'm just checking some of the flyers. Okay, TRTX. No, I'm thinking another one. TGTX. TRTX has come alive here, and I believe. Oh, it looked like I thought it might have got halted. TRTX has come alive. There was no action at all in the pre-market. Well, Starbucks. Look at all the 10-day daily breakdowns. It's just too early for me to take them, but look at all these 10-day daily breakdowns already. And as you can, and they're all earnings plays. Now okay, Triple M is an earnings play also on the way up, but look at the 200-day moving average for Triple M, and that may block it at earnings. Actually, this was an earnings play yesterday, released earnings pre-market yesterday. So kind of a delayed reaction now. Wow, Starbucks just getting kicked here, guys. Hmm. Wow, the cannabis plays are really giving it up now. It's almost as if somebody's saying, "Whoa, wait a minute." Lending Club LC is an earnings play. Man, Starbucks is just getting hammered here. MIR is also another earnings play, guys. Now, MIR is interesting. Underneath 10 now. And the next low looking left is below that. The next low looking left, maybe a little close, 972. Maybe a little too close. I wish there was more like 940 or so. See, Shady is talking about SLS triggering at, what's his trigger price? 144. Okay. So, and I can see why right there. Highs right there. Let's take an alert there, see if it happens. Well, the MIR continues down. I did not take it. Sometimes I will take a stock from the 10-day daily breakdown if it really looks like it's for me a good setup. Breaking down under 10, pretty psychological number. I didn't take it because I thought maybe this 972 was a little too close. And of course, I'm looking to short it. Lots of shares available. Plutonium acquisition. Okay, this is a SPAC, I guess. Yeah, okay. And you got halted. Okay, this got halted. CVRX was halted on the way down. MNDR halted on the way down. Wow, leg. All-time low. Every time it makes a low, it's an all-time low. Meanwhile, Starbucks just continues to plummet here. I better bring up a monthly chart to see where it could go. 75.73, so it's below that low. The next low is 70.35. These are monthly charts, of course. All right, guys. So leg showed up on the combo scan. I know it's so seems so extended, but I can get it. I could not get it. I was trying to get it at 1191 ish. It had the alert at 1189. Actually, I guess around 1189, I was trying to get it. Continuing down now. All right. Well, just have to wait for the next one. So what are we now? 1040, 941. So no AI alerts. Again, if you have our AI wondering, well, where are they? Again, nothing happens here until at least 941. Sorry. Until at least 940. That doesn't mean there's going to be an alert at 940, but that's the earliest you can get one. Here we go. Another earnings play, JCI, another one moving down on earnings. Big gap down, 5%. Now, next low looking left on the daily chart was 61.86, so it's below that. Look on the monthly chart. Next low down here is about 59. Let me get back to a weekly chart. And okay, guys. Well, CDNA is interesting. Come on, computer, just shut up. CDNA, guys. CDNA. Now, I'd be very careful around the $10 level. Okay, so Pally is also showing up and high in the pre-market. It did get up to 998 or so, 90, almost 10. If it does take that out, the next high on the daily chart is 967. I'm a little leery of the follow through on some of these right now, but boy, they just keep pouring in here, guys. All these companies that released earnings just getting hammered down. 10-day daily low, 10-day breakdowns, a lot of volume. 18 times normal for the Carlyle CG. So looking left on the weekly chart, 39.68. I wish there were more room for it to move down. Pally is looking. Boy, a 10 break could really get it going, guys. Pally on a 10 break. PALI. I'm sorry, 9 break. 9 break. I meant 9. So I'm seeing some of the wow, look at this. Look at this uranium play. I mean, big topping tail up here, big pullback down here. Oi, another earnings play, guys. Oi is another earnings play. OI, another earnings play. See how many they are. Ah, leg. Man, oh man, oh man. Trying to get it at right around 1189, and I just could not. It just kept moving down on me. So lots of shares available. 1.62 million. At some point, this might turn into a nice bounce play, but right now, yeah, tough to commit to anything long for me. I also some of these 10-day daily breakouts. Pally is still struggling to get through the $9 level. Okay, gap up and go, guys. Gap up and go. AMCR is a gap up and go. So it gapped up and it now making a high. This is an earnings play. The next high looking left on the daily chart is 992. Too close. This is too close to the current price for me to get too interested. Oh, I'm glad I held off on the Pally. I'm just not seeing a lot of follow through right now, guys. Well, I tried to get a short in DBRG. And they would not fill me. There's plenty of shorts available, 2.7 million. It's down over 10%. I held out the bid for I don't know, 10 seconds. And I guess there was no action at the ask. So I could not get a fill in DBRG. Definitely a little disappointed in the cannabis plays. I thought maybe there'd at least be a 1 day follow through. Not even close. Okay, that has to go by the dip, if I'm understanding what you're trying to say. Okay, that just has to go. Okay. NCLH guys, earnings play. $17 is the next low looking left. Well, let's take a look at these or I want to see where CGC came from. So it came from $8 yesterday. Yeah. Okay, after that news. So it is really slip sliding way down 20%. Yeah, not to me. You see, that's why I don't like the stops. I freely admit the AI stops. I mean, I would never have a stop at 750 with on a 879 stock. I know what they're doing. They're looking at the low of the day, but I would never do that. Actually, it wasn't the low, or was it? Yeah, is that the low? Yeah, that's the ninth. Yeah, so they're putting the stop at the low of the day. And no shorts available for me at for CGC again at Interactive Brokers. Seems crazy. My single stock window acting up a little bit. All right. Well, Dan is an earnings play, right? I can't. Man. Yeah, this is an earnings play. Sorry, this was an earnings play yesterday, actually. You guys having a problem with single stock windows at all? I don't know if it's just me or just sort of hit or miss right now on the loading of them. Yeah. Okay. So Philip, just do click on the account and do a reset connection a couple of times. I just noticed this hasn't happened in a long, long, long time for me in the single stock window. I keep getting stopped out. Where do we set, adjust, TI? Trader, what are you trying to do? Are you trading live? I don't understand what you mean by you're getting stopped out. You mean you're taking a trade and it's hitting your stop price and you're getting stopped out? I don't. You I need more information. Talking to trader in in our main room. Just give me a moment, guys. I lots of stuff happening internally. I'll put myself on mute. I'll be right back. Sorry about that. I was on mute. Yes, sorry about that. So yeah, I was talking about the DBRG. A nice one from our AI, definitely a nice one. I could not get it where I wanted it. There was the other little buggy thing happening. All right. Well, so again, there was the alert to short at 1517. And on that candle, it got down to 1456. So that you could have taken some out easily there, even though, and then it popped up. Depends how much you've got left. Yeah, trader, I'd like to help, but it's hard for me to know what's going on. This is in our main room, talking to somebody in our main room. All right, guys. Well, Flex looks really interesting to me. Look at the room it's got on the weekly chart. Okay, 2398. It's through the 200-day moving average. Probably an earnings play. Yes, this is an earnings play. So I'm liking Flex, FLEX. Now let's see. Had a little topping tail up there. The buyers tried to knock it up or move it up, but the sellers kept knocking it down. But of course, the reason I like it is that it's got, when you look left, it's got all this room on the weekly chart. Come on, come on down, Flex. Now, 29 could be, a resistance area, the whole number. So I see this one from the AI. Okay, ILPT, sorry, to go long. My problem with it is, to me, it could have some little stumbling blocks. 414 right there and up here. It's just not, for me personally, it's just not clean enough. Clean enough meaning I want to see a lot more room to move until it hits another high. How to access the combo scan? Well, let me get my all right, let me present to you my homepage. Now I go over all this in a little more detail in about 15 minutes. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So if you're looking for my homepage or my scans, scroll down, middle section, scans, and here it is, the combo scan right there. Okay, bottom right column of the column. Okay. Well, Poet, after a stellar move up, sold off yesterday, selling off today. I don't know why I'm talking about it. Well, I'm talking about it because it's on the normal option activity scan, but I cannot short it. I cannot short it because there are no shorts available, okay, at Interactive Brokers. Okay, Flex. Getting closer now to that 22 mark, 26 mark, sorry. All right, CDNA guys, CDNA, this early on from the AI, can it take out 10? Even if it can, though, I mean, look left, 1017 is looming there, so I don't know. Even if it can take out 10. Every dog has this day. Look at this NYCB, guys. Now this is not. Yeah, this is actually shortable. I mean, of course, this is the regional one that got absolutely hammered down. Well, is it how long ago is it now? A year ago? Over a year ago? Anyway, high right there is 330. It's an earnings play, trying to recover a bit. You know what's having a pretty good IPO, guys, is LOAR. It is still hanging in there. IPO'd back here, way above the IPO price. I think the IPO is priced at, I'm going to say 28, 26, 27, 28, something like that. So you can see where it closed at 48 the first day. And yeah, a bit of a sell. Well, at one point, a bit of a sell off the second day, but I do have some bottoming tails and topping tails. But look at this. I mean, in the face of the market being very unsettled, this has done very well. LOAR. Yeah, Vic. Yeah, it's supposed to open today anyway, and a lot of big names behind it. Let me just bring up my price alerts chart or my price alerts. Should have it here somewhere. No, don't tell me. Maybe I accidentally deleted it. Hmm. I could have sworn I put it in here. Well, at the very least, I'll put Vic here. Actually, let me do it more officially. I want to see what the structure is. So this is what I'm doing. So there's Vic. Okay, wow, wow, that's a big float. 64 million, 24. Who's behind it? It's out of Bermuda. Oh, interesting. Tax purposes, I guess. Bank of America, JP Morgan. So some big guys behind it. I mean, that's a lot of big names behind this one. Well, I will put it up here. I mean, I don't like how many shares they're issuing. The reason I don't like it is because probably not going to be that dynamic. But I'll put the price in here. One and 64 million. Wow, 64 million and $24. And I just put big guys. So when and if it starts trading today, I will know about it. Yeah, look at the SPY guys. I mean, we've had that nice kind of trend up, and now 45 minutes. So I see some of you are frustrated. The best thing to do, yeah, sit on hands. I mean, unless you see like a primo setup, don't waste your time. Don't let your account get carved up by taking trades that you're just bored. You're taking boredom trades. Whoa, now that would not have been a boredom trade. Yeah, FOMC at 2 plus the presser at 2:30. So FOA, wow, that would not have been a boredom trade. Oh, shoot. I was watching it right at that 4 level, wondering if I could take it out. So there it is, 365 CTMX, and it's halted. That was the alert on the from the combo scan 365, and it is halted. Now, this is the first halt. Yes, this is the first halt. So here's how I may play it. Okay. If it opens and now here, this is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay. This blue screen you see. There's the halt 468. Now, this is not good if this holds. This is trying to give you a bit of a clue of where it may open, but you can see how this column here. You can see how it's. I mean, it jumps all over the place. I doubt if it's going to open down here at 395, but now you can see 480. So if it opens, and maybe it opens a little bit above 468, and then it comes back down through 468, and then up through 468 again, that is sometimes when I will take a trade, okay, out of the halt. But the way it's looking now, it's hard. Again, this is not set in stone. You see how these prices are just moving along, moving around a lot. Okay, Brian. So where's my combo scan? So I just put my homepage link. So if you click on my homepage link, scroll down, middle section. Here are my scans, and right here, here's the combo. Here's the combo scan right there. Okay. Wow, look at the CSSEP, that crazy one from last week. So there's the combo scan right there. Okay. Wow. Crazy, this one. This is the, so it got halted and not resumed, okay? Well, it did resume, but it's not halted right now. Next high looking left to 325. Well, that one did not do it. Notice how, it never got down below the 207. It got halted at 207, and then it resumed. All right, guys, JCI on the way down. The next low looking left is 59.82. That's about $1 away, okay, on the weekly chart. This is from, again, my 10-day, my combo scan. The alert was at 6107, okay, 6107. And the way this is color coded, in brown, a suggestion to short, light blue, a suggestion to go long, okay? Okay, moving, JCI moving. Starbucks even showed up. Starbucks even showed up in the combo scan, 74.49. Need a moment, guys. So I'm sorry, guys. So there's Starbucks. So alert at 74.49, 74.49. Now you would think, I mean, it's already down 15%, but man, these things. Starbucks, guys. Now let's take a look at a monthly chart and see where could it keep going. So the next low on a monthly chart is 70.35, 70.35. I think Shady got into pins, and yeah, this is not having fun here on my single stock window today, guys. Shady got into pins, and now pins is even showing up in the combo scan on the way up. Now, you know what? There's the next high looking left on the daily chart. I know I'm looking at a monthly, but that red line actually represents the next high on a daily chart, and that is at 41.35. So that's far enough away. Wow, JCI, guys, JCI. Now a lot is happening. At least we're getting a little more trend in, on the shorts. And CVS is showing up in the combo scan. Wow. Now the alert was at 54 basically. So let's see. On the monthly chart, I can't see any. I have to go scroll back a bit to see where is the next low. What are we now? We're at 54.03. So the next low, 56. So that's not a low. 54.07. And this is back in April. It's 4 years ago. April of 2020, 4 years ago. It's approaching those lows on the monthly chart for CVS. Yeah, this one it did not it did not pull back down through the halt price. So that's why I did not take it. I have no shorts available, Captain Para. I have no shorts available at Interactive Brokers for CMTX. All right, HAO halted on the way down though. Okay, HAO halted on the way down. SYT was resumed. What did it do? All right. Well, let's take a look. Somebody's asking about in our YouTube room about leg. Yeah, leg's having a nice bounce finally. $11. That's a great bounce. Ugh, this is getting annoying. This single stuff. I rely on it because I want to see. Well, okay, what's the float? Okay, there's the float. All right, LSEA. This is an earnings play. Underneath 10, underneath the 200-day moving average. Yeah, so is mine, Jungle Jim. They know. The developers are aware. When you say buggy, you're talking blank for a while, right? What I tend to do is just go to the account and do the reset a few times. All right, Pinterest, PINS. It still has some room, guys. 4165 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart. Okay, so it still does have some room to move. And this is an earnings play, of course. Let's see how well it can hold 40. In this market, it'd be something if it can hold 40. All right, guys. JCI continues to inch its way down. Okay. This is the one I am in. Continues to inch its way down. I'm just waiting to see how I'm going to take some. I mean, there's a low right there. It's 59.84. So I, in fact, yeah. So I've just covered some. Okay. To me, we could get some support around 60. So I've just covered some of the JCI. And this was an alert at 6107 right there. I did not take it at 6107. I always like to wait for a whole number break. So nothing spectacular on a percentage basis, but pay some bills. Meanwhile, this SYT. Well, at least I've got this up here, so I can do have this HTML the web-based version chart up, so I can actually check the float. All right, let me try something. Update. I'm sorry, update trader. Oh, give me a moment. All right, so here is my simulated trading account. Okay, I'm in the paper trader. So now I'm going to, okay, SYT is right here. Enter the price. So I'm going to just try it. 400 shares, buy it, send it. And well, this is taking a lot longer, number one. So something might be going on. Well, I don't know. I don't know what's going on with you, but I can't even take something in the simulator. So something must be going on. Thing to do is just maybe just reload it and see if that fixes it. Yeah, there's something going on. There's something going on, because I don't even get a proper bid ask. Oh my gosh. Look at the DBRG though, guys. Wow. Great alert from the AI so far now. 1517, almost a dollar down. Give me a moment, guys. Okay, guys. Well, there's obviously something going on with the simulator on my end anyway. I can't not getting a bid ask, but move on. All right, guys. TTMI. This is a gap down and reverse. Okay, so but it's reversed quite a bit already. Okay. Okay. Well, while I'm waiting for a few things to settle down here, especially a tech end on our end, maybe the simulator, this single stock window. Well, let's talk about trade ideas and what it is and what you can find on my homepage. Okay. Starbucks continues down. Wow. Continues down. And again, this window right there, look at Starbucks 74.49. Now, earlier on, earlier on, you could have got it at 75.49 on the short. But if you'd wanted a little more confirmation, could have waited. I mean, this one still has a lot of room underneath. Anyway, my homepage. Okay, so click on my homepage link, and this is what you're going to see. Now, this promo, I believe it's over tonight. Okay, 11:59 p.m. Eastern time. Sometimes they do extend it one day, but I believe it is over tonight, 11:59 p.m. Eastern time. So you can still get 25% off the first month only, or the entire year of a Trade Idea subscription. Okay, and if you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. 10 short videos starting off with your download and install, the first startup and login, introduction to scans, top list windows, and alert windows. Okay. 10 short videos. And all I ask is this: if you're going to take out a subscription, please use my promo code. This will really help to keep the room free. When you use my promo code, the room gets credit, and this is a free room. And so the way to keep it free is by people using my promo code to take out a subscription whenever they do, whether it's today, tomorrow, next week, next month, next year. Okay. Trading 101. If you're new to trading, series of videos. This is free also. Series of videos put on my Muckle Nos at Trade Ideas. I believe it's really, really beneficial if you're new to trading to take a look at this. Okay. Stock of the day video that I do, you can sign up for it here. Trade of the week, which is, I don't think it triggered. I'm sure it did not trigger. It is free. You'll get it before the market opens, before Monday morning. Now, when I say did not trigger, when you get the email, it'll have a suggested entry price. It never got to that price. Okay. That's what I mean when I say it didn't trigger. Now, if you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Big education section is here. User guide. A lot of stuff is in our user guide that, we get questions. How would I put a sound alert on my alert window? How do I create a price alert on the chart? Can you give me more information about a top list window or an alert window? So we have most of the major aspects of Trade Ideas you can find in these sections. Okay. And again, like any other software program, you do not have to learn everything about the program. Okay. So don't get hung up on that. Getting started again. This is in the education section. Now, daily support. I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today's Wednesday. Typically, it's Jamie. Sometimes Jamie is actually listening to me, but I will confirm before I take my break. I'll put the YouTube link in the main room so you can head over and listen to Jamie. Okay? And last, here are the scans that I'm sharing. So if you do click on my homepage link and you scroll down, click here, and this is the combo scan that I talk about a lot. The relative strength leaders. This is this one right here. Just the abbreviation. Okay, I know I call it relative strength leaders from the close, but this is it right there, just abbreviated. Okay. My breakdowns, breakdowns, and the breakouts. Okay. I'm sharing a lot of scans, so you can kind of pick and choose what you might like to see. Pulse resumes is over here. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down. This pre-market actives up. It looks a lot like this right now. Okay. So welcome to the room. If you are new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday, between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern time. I share my screen live on the mic. Now, the main room is open most of the time until 4 o'clock. William keeps it open. I'm not on the mic and there's no screen sharing, but you can still talk about trading if you want. Thank you, YVR Nate. Is that what you are? YVR as in Vancouver Airport? Wow, I have just, it's ticking me off so much. The DBRG. Cool. Well, I know YVR. How to add more channels to my screen. So what do you mean by that exactly? Are you talking about in the channel bar? Adding channels up here? Is that what you're talking about? Or are you talking about something else? And I'm talking to Edgard. Edgard, in our main room. So what do you mean by that? Okay, so this is, I will call this a bit of an advanced topic. I'll go over it briefly. Okay. So, because I mean, I have these up here. These were just to demonstrate. Okay. So let's see if I can remember how to do it. Yeah. Okay. So new channel. So you're up here in new channel, right click and click edit custom channels. Okay. Edit custom channels. Are you following? Before I keep going, I just want to make sure you're following. Okay. I just want to make sure I need a yes. Make sure you're okay. So then click on add new channel. Add new channel. Now, typically your channel will be a layout that you've got. So hopefully you've saved your layout to the cloud before. Okay. And you could select from cloud. Okay. And then hopefully you've got your layout saved somewhere. Okay. And then you would just click on it. I'm not going to. Well, I guess I could select it. Okay. So see, now that link is in here. Okay. Now the link is in here. Now you can also, of course, create the name that you want right there and put the name of your channel. Okay. And once you've done that, and that's the link that you want, you say okay, and it should be added. Might have to say okay a couple of times, but then it'll get added. You can have 5 up here. Okay. I'm not going to. I don't. I would call that an advanced topic. Most don't add any channels. They just create a layout and don't add channels. Boy, I'm seeing some of these just too late. These are gap down and reversal scan. This is in the gap down and reversal scan that I have on my other monitor. Meanwhile, DBRG continues to move down. Awesome alert from our AI, now 7.6%. 1517 was the alert to go short, and tons and tons of shares available. I just missed my entry. All right, I see that Pinterest is above 40 again, so now I'm getting interested again in it. PINS. Just hard to commit to a long for me right now, but it keeps popping over 40. Well, you know what I'll do? I better just put a price alert just about here. A little bit lower than that, maybe 40.10. All right, guys. So what is okay? There it is. Yeah, almost. I made an order entry error, which saved me maybe. I'm talking about on the pin. So I'm still going to reset that price alert. So as I wait for something like that to happen, let me talk a little bit about what Trade Ideas is all about. We are a scanner. There are a lot of programs out there that claim to be scanners. Um, we can safely say that we are definitely a scanner, okay? A real-time alert scanner. So what do I mean by all that? This is a momentum scanner. If I right-click, configure, and click on summary, this is telling me exactly what the scan is looking for. So this is the screening aspect. So if the price is between $1 and $100, the current volume is at least 3. That means it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day. This gives it the momentum. The volume in the last minute is 1,000% of normal, etc. Okay, it doesn't really matter what these are all like what these filters are and the values. I'm just trying to show you the concept of what we're all about. You create a if you want to create your own scan, you start off with filters, put the values in, and then you have some kind of a trigger. In this particular case, I basically exclusively use the new high of the day alert. So the last time that happened was at 10:43 plus 41 seconds. MREO met all these filter requirements and made a new high for the day. Since then, no stock has met those filter requirements. Otherwise, we would see it here and made a new high for the day. Okay. Come on, JCI. You can do it. Take out that 60. Okay, there's pins again. All right, finally minute. Now, let's see if it can hold 40. Okay, so now if you like the scan the way it is, of course you can have it exactly the way it is. But if you wanted to make a change, of course you can. Maybe you don't like the price range. I've got 1 in 100 here. Maybe you want a different price range. Maybe you want something else different when you maybe you've got some filters that you would like to add. Okay, when you get used to using Trade Ideas and seeing the filters that we've got, maybe there's one you would like to add. Maybe you want to take one of these out. Up to you. This is what I like to see. It doesn't have to be what you like to see, of course. Now, if you want to build your own scans, of course you can. If I click on search this time, right at the very top, the two most popular. Okay. The new high of the day, and then yeah, I would love to talk sports, guys, but let's cut off the sports and the general market talk, please. New high of the day, new low of the day. Okay, these are the two most popular. These are what I use, but we have a lot of different real-time alerts. Okay, I'm scrolling down through them all, and if I keep scrolling down, these are the filters that we've got, the screeners. Again, we have a lot of those. First, don't get hung up on how many we have. You don't have to learn them all. Okay. I only use the new high and the new low. Some people say, well, why don't you use the rest of them? That's because my trading style only requires for me to see the new high of the day and the new low of the day, and with just a handful of filters. Okay. That's my trading style. But obviously there are a lot of different trading styles out there. So that's why the company had to create when they started over 20 years ago. That's why they had to create a lot of different real-time alerts and filters. Okay. So don't get hung up on how many we've got. You don't have to learn them all. Okay, guys, I saw somebody talking about the HKD. Yeah, that was the wildest of the wildest of the wildest. And if you don't believe me, you haven't seen this one before. Yes, that is not a misprint. This stock hit $2,555.30 back in August of 2022. That is not a misprint. And if you're going to ask why, there was no reason other than the fact it was a low float, and it just went crazy. No reason, no, they didn't cure anything. Okay, now depends on what sort of trader you are. I am an intraday trader. Okay, so my number one goal every single day when I turn on my computer and turn on Trade Ideas, what are the stocks that are trading abnormally? Okay, if I'm going to intraday trade something, I don't want to be stuck in something that isn't trading, right? Or doesn't trade very much, doesn't have any movement. So how do I do that? Well, if number one right here, okay, this big green screen right here, I mean, for a stock to be up 175%, it has to be trading a lot. So look at this, 492 relative volume. That means it's trading 492 times normal up to this time of day, almost 11 o'clock Eastern. Look at the volume itself, 109 million. Now there are 66. I'm surprised it did what it did. It's 66 million in the float, but you can see that it is easily going to trade the float probably double, maybe two and a half times. It has to get to 132 because 66 times two would be about 132. Okay, so anything you see on here is more than likely going to have an extremely high relative volume, and this one even trades options. This is why it showed up. Hmm. Give me a moment. Why didn't it show up? Oh, it did. I'm sorry. So this is a great example. So look at this. It showed up at 365 in this combo scanner. This combo scanner takes basically four scans, breakouts and breakdowns, and stocks that are trading options on the way up and the way down. It takes four scans and it combines it into one. How? Well, Pepe created it. So how does it do that? Or and even why do we even know about it? Well, if you look at CVS as an example, okay, before we had the combo, what we were noticing that a scan that showed up, or yes, a stock that showed up, say in the option activity scan, and also in the breakdown or breakout, really we should pay attention to it. Okay, so Pinterest, PINS, you can see it right there, and you should see it right here. Okay, so instead of now having to go through this list and see whether or not there is a stock in this list that is in this list or this list, the combo does it for you. Okay. And there are very tough filters in these hands. Okay. So that's why you don't get too many when you combine them. You don't get too many in the combo scan because a lot of filter values have to be met. Good morning, James, in our YouTube room. All right, guys, out of the JCI, as I somewhat suspect, the JCI going to struggle to get through 60. Look what it did. It got right down to what, 6004 or 6003, and I'm just always aware of where that whole number is, and that's where it's stalled. So not a bad trade. Well, I mean, look at where you have the alert for CTMX even in this combo scan, 365. So there was the alert at 365, and from there, before it pulled back at all, it got up to 586. So that would be one way. Okay, I'm sure it was showing here also, and it was probably, yeah. So I mean, you could have seen it right there. That actually caught it really well. I mean, remember now, this moved into pre-markets, so we knew about this in the pre-market. Okay, but this is pre-market. This is the 945 candle that it got caught at. So look what happened on the 930 candle. That looked like this could have been all over. It's on my homepage, John. On my homepage. Okay, just go to my homepage, click on the link, scroll down until you see the scan section. Okay, and then click on that. Well, I'll do it. I'll just do it. All the stuff you want is on my homepage. Okay, give me a moment. Why didn't it load? It's called the combo scan. Yes, man. Thank you, Jamie. So Jamie is maybe listening to me. So it will be Jamie in about an hour taking over from me in our YouTube room. Okay, there's my homepage. Okay, there's my homepage. Scroll down, click here, my scans, click here, and there it is. Okay, combo scan right there. Okay, right there. Plus other scans that you might like. But that's the combo scan, and I would really pay attention to it for the next 3 weeks anyway, as we're into earning season, because earnings, 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 earnings. See, this was the only one that wasn't. CTMX was not earnings, has earnings in 5 days, but these are all earnings plays. 0.25 means they released after hour, sorry, this morning before the market opened. Minus 0.25, they released after the market opened yesterday. Color coded this way in brown, a suggestion to short. In light blue, a suggestion to go long. Okay. All right. So in our YouTube room, a question about if I create a new scan with price, minimum volume, etc., how do I save it in the cloud? Okay. Well, it sounds like you know how to create a scan. So let's pretend this was the scan you created. Okay. You're seeing it on your screen. You put the price, the minimum volume, etc. Sounds like you know how to create a scan, right? Easy now. Right click, save or share to cloud, and save. Okay. So it sounds like you know how to create a scan. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Okay, did that help? I just need an answer, and then I can move on, or excuse me, or I will continue to try to help you if that has not helped. All right, I miss. Can you hear me? I know I'm only talking to one person. Yeah, I'm just talking to somebody, Mohsin, in our YouTube room. Okay, he asked the question, but I have no idea if you can hear me. Now this is showing up in the combo scan. This showed up. No, I'm sorry, it did not. It did not show up in the combo scan. I thought the PLTN did, but it's a SPAC. I typically just stay away from SPACs. Plus, it's not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. So, just a general statement, guys. I mean, if you're going to ask me a question, it'd be really nice to know that you can hear me. Come on, pins. Again, it has a little bit of, well, it has a lot of room, really. I mean, got a lot of room, in my opinion. 4169. What is a SPAC and why do I stay away? If you Google, if you Google SPAC, SPAC, it's an acronym, okay? You'll get a lot more detailed information. But basically, it is a company that is formed. Investor put Investors put money into it, and it trades. But what they're really doing is they are looking for a company to merge with down the road. Usually, it's a private company. And they'll take that company public. Okay, it's something that started in a big way, I guess, in 2018. There were some SPACs before that, but it really started in about 2018. But I just don't trade them anymore. I think it's special purpose acquisition company, something like that. So there's this, where is it? It's PLTN or something like that. I think that's, yeah, PLTN. So if you look, okay, here's the business summary. I'll just read it. Plutonium Acquisition is a blank check company. It was formed for the purpose of effecting a merger, share exchange, acquisition, share purchase, etc. And when they really got rolling, the early days, of course, the rage was EVs. So what they would try to do is look for a little something that was in that sector, the electric vehicle sector. Crypto, of course, was big, so they would start looking for crypto plays. It was just an easier way to go public. Okay, for a company to want to go public, it was just an easier way for them to do it. Some would say maybe too easy, but well, I guess Mohsin, Mr. RZ, cannot hear me. Well, I mean, now another break of that whole number for Starbucks. Maybe people are finally wisening up. Why pay $10 for a cup? I mean, it's not 10, but you know what I mean. What a business they created, really. Still has room. I mean, look at the monthly chart. $70. Well, it's not 10 where I am, PJ, and I'm talking Canadian dollars, so it's not 10 where I am. Look at this. Okay, guys, maybe keep an eye on SYT if it takes out this high here. I mean, it is right now right a little bit above the 200-day moving average. Well, I'm just talking a coffee. How about a maca frappuccino? Okay, something like that. Anyway, there you go. I did not ever have their holiday drink. Speaking of cruises, never really came back, in my opinion. And NCLH earnings play today. Look at this massive big gap down. I would be keeping an eye, guys. I mean, I don't love this because it looks like there could be some Starbucks as we're every time we dump all over Starbucks, it starts moving down again. This ILPT. Um, if it is an earnings play, okay, it is an earnings play. There's no doubt about that, Erica. I mean, it was more than just whipping in and getting a cup of coffee and leaving. Of course, became a bit of a social hub. So they did a good job there. This is an AI play. What what is an AI play trader? ILPT? I don't see that it is in there. Okay. Well, well, it's funny. They don't mention AI at all in there. They just released earnings. You would think they would mention AI. Anyway, it may get interesting later on. Boy, these cannabis plays are just getting kicked here. I mean, would it surprise anybody if it got right back down here? So glad. Oh, on our platform. I'm sorry. Yeah, that's why I'm okay. I thought you meant it was like an AI play. I got you now. Yeah, I know it is. That's why I'm looking at it. Too large for what, Brian? I mean, it's 58. They don't all have to be low floaters. For me, it's just that these ones here. Usually, I mean, for a stock to be up 238%, it's going to be a low float. But depends what you mean by too large. If a stock is moving, I don't care what the float is. I will say this. I mean, if you're looking for something that's really going to like have an incredible run, yeah, I mean, the float will probably inhibit that. Yeah, brown, bad, green, light blue, good. Okay. So if it's brown, that's a suggestion to short. And if it's light blue, a suggestion to go long. Okay. Okay, YouTube was disconnected, okay, so now, Mosen, can you hear me now? All I need is a yes from you, and then I think I can help you. No, I know you can, James. I know okay, I'm trying to help Mosen here. Okay, so I'm assuming then that you were able to, based on what you said, if you create a new scan with the price, minimum volume, et cetera, so you were able to create a scan, correct? Like, this is just a scan? Okay, well, assuming you can create a scan, then it's pretty simple to save it to the cloud. You just right click, save or share to cloud, click on that and save it. Now it's in your cloud. Hopefully you can hear me. Okay. Again, just right click. Once you've created your scan, right click, scroll down, save or share to cloud, save. So don't repeat is this, okay? And this I like having don't repeat. You'll notice, yes, I've got the don't repeat here. Don't repeat here in the daily breakout on the daily breakdown. The DR stands for don't repeat. The reason I like to have this is that I can go back and say, okay, I had an alert for CVS, that, and the alert came in at 9:30. What did it do from there? Starbucks is a great example. I had an alert at 9:33 for Starbucks. The price was 7.49. What did it do from there? This is the repeating version of it. Okay, so every time Starbucks would make a new low, I would see it. So I like to have the don't repeat version, so I can kind of go back and say, what did it do from that scan or from that alert? And that's the same with the option activity. I actually, I personally now do not have the repeating version of the option activity anywhere for me, but I can go back and I say, okay, here's Snap, 931, 1494. What did it do from there? Okay. And you can see, even though this was a suggestion to go short, 1494, but had a nice bounce. Okay, but that's what don't repeat is all about. And you can put don't repeat on anything, well, anything, on your alert windows. So for instance, if I looked at this one, this is the repeating version. But if I don't want it to repeat, I right click, repeat, just show me the symbol the first time. Okay, and that's it. First time it was alerted. That's it. That's what don't repeat is. So if I scroll down, right, so if I right click on an alert window and I scroll down to the properties section and it says don't repeat, so I can click on that, and now I have some options for the timeframes I want. I can either say don't repeat for a day, 1 minute, 5 minutes, 15 minutes, 30 minutes, 1 hour for a day, or I never want to see this. Okay. I like to do for the day. Some might like 5 minutes, so a stock that is really moving quickly can maybe drive you crazy. You're seeing it over and over and over and over and over again. Okay. Up to you. I mean, you don't have to. All right, guys. Yeah, so much for the market bounce. Yeah, but we're just chopping around right now. I don't think there was anything that came out at 11 o'clock. I don't think there were any. Yeah, the next big one, obviously, we got the FOMC at 2 o'clock, and then at 2:30, we'll get the presser, and I'm sure he's just going to keep saying we got to get inflation down to 2% before we decrease rates. So nothing new. All right, guys. Now maybe we should be looking for WBRG as a bounce at some point. This is a great AI alert on the short 1517. It's down to 1396. But maybe we look at it as about maybe the bottom has been put in. I'm going to stick an alert around 1412 for the DBRG and see maybe the bottom is in for a while anyway. Yeah, so I should always mention this. I upped the price range. Okay, so my price range now is 100. Okay, I think I used to have it only up to 60. Okay, so if you want to have, and also in the breakdowns, okay, and breakouts. So if you want to have it 100, you can just change it. You don't have to, but that's what I did a long months and months and months ago. So for instance, if I right click, configure all the strategies, edit. Yeah, so I've got it now 1 to 80. If you do that, it probably says 1 to 50. I can't remember what it was when I this is months and months ago I put this in. So if you want to change them, you can do it, and you can do it for all of them. Okay, you can get just by doing this. Right click, configure all. Most of them are probably selected. Edit the selected, and then you'll get what you can change on mass. And there it is. The price 1 to 80 for me now. You don't have to, but I decided to do it a long time ago, and that's because Pepe had it up at a higher one, and he was one really looked good. Here's the gap down and reverse, but is it too much? When I say too much, has it already come back too much? That's why I'm wondering about the DBRG guys. This is another earnings play. Leg is an earnings play, and it's had a bounce. Look at the reversal for uranium, guys. I mean, uranium was the star in the pre-market. You remember when we were looking at the sectors, and URA was up about 4%, I think. And look at it now. I mean, it's still up, but a lot of the individual uranium stocks are really starting to move down. Well, let's see. Well, I guess they're about the same. So there's UAC. I mean, it's still up 3%. One moment, please. Well, guys, pins has not been easy for me to hold on to, but it's still working. I many times I looked at it, and go, nah, don't like it, but it's still working. PINS. Well, look at the flex. The flex I saw earlier also, and probably up in this area, and it is just, I mean, another earnings play. And look at the room it's got underneath. This is a gap down and go. Let me explain. I also have this one. Okay, I do have the gap continuation or reversal scanner, and I'm sharing this. And just to let you know what it's looking for, it has 4 scans in here. And there's the flex as you can see it. So if I right click and I hover over strategies, it's going to show you the strategies that are here, or the alerts. I hate calling them strategies, the scans. So there was a gap up and go. Gap up and go. That meant at the time of the alert, the stock had gapped up and it made a new high. Okay. Gap down and reverse. Well, that's what we're kind of looking for, maybe for the DBRG. It gapped down and then it's starting to reverse. Gap up and reverse. Should make sense. Stock gapped up and now it's reversing. And then the gap down and go, stock gap down and it kept going down. Now, obviously, it's when I say and it kept going down, doesn't mean it's going to keep going down all day long. Okay. Or if it reverses, it's going to reverse all day long. But now the trick is when you get the alert, what are we looking at when we see a chart? But I've got this one back up and running because during earnings season, we'll see a lot more action in here because again, stocks tend, when they release earnings, they can gap up and they can keep going, or they can reverse, or they gap down and they keep going, or they gap down and they reverse. Wow, look at this stupid one. This CSSEP. What is CSSE doing? That's the stock. So it is up 31%, still under a dollar. This is the day that it went crazy too. So it's up 31%, and the CSSEP is up 115%. So that's the play. See, this is an example of a gap down and reversal. Silk, SILK. This is an example. NCLH is an example of a gap down and go. It's kept, I mean, it had a stop right there, but I like this flex. It's still got all. Just a minute, please. All right, guys. Now, believe it or not, DBRG is just showing up now in the combo scan. And if you're wondering why so late, the quick answer is that not all the filter requirements were satisfied. It's that simple. Now, I couldn't tell you exactly which one. The option volume certainly was good. The option volume percent, now it has to be a minimum of 150%, so that was probably okay. Could have been the relative volume, okay? It has to be at least 8, now it's 10, okay? So it's possible that when all this was happening, the relative volume wasn't quite 8 because, for it to be in the combo scan, it's gotta be at least 10. Sorry, it has to be at least 8. Meanwhile, Flex just continues to move down here, guys. And I mean, for me, it's all about the room it's got. 24 is the next low on the weekly chart. But no, I'm never saying it's getting there, but I don't have to worry then about weekly chart resistance or support in this case, going short. Now, this DBRG, is this an all-time low? Not quite. So you see, it says 16% and in red. So if I could somehow have a big historical, like one candle showing the high and the low, these will be right near the bottom. All right, guys, it is 11:31. So in about 30 minutes, Jamie is going to relieve me. He'll be in our YouTube room. He has confirmed that it will be him. And again, speaking of a gap down and go, look at the NCLH. I mean, it's just so. How are the other cruisers doing? My guess, not good. CCL. Let's take a look at CCL, and they release earnings in June, so that's far enough away. And how about the big one, RCL? When did they release? April 25th. So that's behind. So you can see that actually the reaction to earnings for RCL was pretty good. You know, this is when they're released. A couple of nice days, but you know, with the overall market, of course, things are moving down. But certainly, NCLH is the appears to be the weakest of the three of them. Well, let me also take a look at CCH and where it is in relation to its 200-day moving average. CCL, sorry. Wow, so it's weak too. I mean, it is weak. It's way underneath the 200-day moving average also. I don't know what is Vic. What do they do? If it's a cruiser, yes. But what do they do? I could look it up. I know, but you can tell me. Viking Cruise Lines. Yeah, well, I wouldn't. I'm amazed. I'm amazed that anybody's behind them. I mean, I just don't think. I mean, look, RCL. I shouldn't say that. RCL has been really, really quite good. Never mind this. The reason I want this. Come on, single stock. Is the position in lifetime range is at 93%. I mean, it is the by far. Now, if Viking, you know, I mean, I don't know anything about I mean, I've heard of Viking cruise lines. I've heard of them, of course, but RCL is is obviously when you look at it compared to the other two, which are just, disasters, really. But look at this lifetime range is at 93%. So again, if I could have a lifetime range candle, it'd be way up here. The other ones are way down here. River cruises, okay. Never ever have I been on a cruise, and never ever will I be on one. You know, guys, I believe it or not, I'm still really intrigued with the DBRG, even though it's already down a lot. It did show up in the combo scan at 1387. It still has, before I say that, I think it still has room. Yeah, I mean, the next low on the monthly chart is down here around 12. Not saying it's getting there, okay? But it is just weak, weak, weak. I enjoy land too much. I'm not a sea person or a water person really, so no phobia or anything, but all right, this stupid CSSEP is just continuing, and it's got room, guys. I mean, look at this, 6 on the, monthly chart. I think it's got 330, yeah, 330 something, 323 on the, weekly chart. IMCC triggered, okay? Let me, so this is maybe one of the only good ones today? Hmm, good ones in terms of the cannabis plays. Yeah, pins is, getting well, it's still far enough away, guys. It's still far enough away from that weekly high. I'm in it way later than, Shady. I don't know where he got in, but I got in over 40, around 40, 18 or so. Unbelievable. All right, well, let's look, if this takes this out, 323, your next high is 474 for CS. And I just I don't think we ever found real news for this one. This was one that was traded in the contest. Oh man, look at pins now. I'm hearing I have I have the symbol crash. That's my sound alert here, the symbols. So I glance over. Well, getting really close now to this 4160, which is the next high, looking left. Now I may take some out in case I that whole number may struggle. May struggle. Look at this, 4096 now. Okay, guys. Okay, I've taken some off. I'm always really so worried about a whole number break. So I have taken some off of this Pinterest, and so there, I know Shady was talking about it before. I know that. Um, where interest me when I saw it in my combo scan. It's not scam. Okay, 1020, 39.91. I wanted to wait for a 40 break. Took a while. Kind of flopped around 40 for a bit. I would doubt that there are very many people who can short that one, John. The CSSEP. I may be wrong, but I know I can't at Interactive Brokers. All right, guys. Maybe this DBRG is now doing its little. Maybe it found a bottom, and maybe it wants to have a bit of a move up. Not available. Well, it's not available now anyway. There may be earlier in the day, but not available now. Talking about short availability for CSSEP. Lemonade. Boy, this was a gap up and reverse. Lemonade. This is a earnings play. The low of yesterday was 1690. My guess is that they're not going to have a lot of shorts. Most brokers will not have shorts for that CSSEP. If you've got Centerpoint or Cobra, maybe, probably Centerpoint. They specialize in that sort of stuff, but all right. DBRG hanging at 14 right now, guys. I'm toying with the idea of going long if it gets maybe to 1410 or so. Maybe it has a little bounce in store. And kind of like the leg. Yeah, CTMX has got that look. I think Shady Shady's in it. All right. Well, let's see. Next high is way up here, of course, 568. The VWAP 399, so it's above the VWAP, no issue there. Are you kidding? I mean, what are you kidding, William? Okay, I'm quoting somebody in her. Kathy Wood says it could go high as 3.8 million if institutional investors get in. And what could get that high? Bitcoin. Well, I guess anything is possible. Ugh, wow, look at that now. Yeah, too bad there weren't shirts available. You are $3.8 million worth, Shady, bullish. Hey guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. Okay, guys, I'm back. Five break would be huge, huge, huge for CTMX, in my opinion. Just watching it, guys. Five break would be, I think, really, really big. It's psychological, okay? And then the next high is 567, and then 583. All right, guys, I'm going to put my announcement in. Jamie is going to show up in about a little over 5 minutes from now, I guess. Take over for me in our YouTube room. And I don't think I'm going to have to reboot my computer. My computer actually was pretty calm today. Okay, guys. Just as I said that, let's sort of rev up a bit. All right, guys. The UEC just continues down again. So this is, I mean, these uranium plays starring in the pre-market and then just dropping. Come on, come on. And of course, the thing about this relative strength leaders from the close percent, it's in your face all day long. You know, follow me, follow me, follow me. I did see that. No, I saw that same headline, Captain, regarding uranium and sanctioning, etc. Just give me a moment, guys. Quick, guys. Now look what happened with the CTMX. It's exactly what I was, why I said just a minute, guys. Offloaded and then offloaded everything. Okay, so that was a big rug pull. Man, you got to be so quick. So, a little disappointed, of course. I thought when it got to this 521, I thought maybe it would challenge this area up here, but that was a pretty dramatic little rug pull. Well, I look at it on a percentage basis. That's all. To each his own, Shady. Okay, to each his own. Jamie, my goodness, you've crept up on me. Okay, just give me one moment, Jamie. Okay, guys. Jamie is in our YouTube room right now, but before I leave the main room, I want to put the YouTube link in so you guys can head over and listen to Jamie. Give me a moment. Okay, guys, so I will see you guys in the main room in about an hour. And now I can welcome Mr. Jamie Hodges.
Oh, thank you very much, Barry. Thank you.
Into our YouTube
glad to be
room.
here.
Yeah, I'm sure you are glad to be here.
Always. Always.
Yeah, and just so Jamie works at Trade Ideas. People sometimes have asked me, like, who's taking over for you? Who is the guy talking? So I should have to do a better job at introducing the people who are taking over for me. And Jamie, it's Wednesday, so it is you. What have you done today, my friend? Anything of note?
You know, the action was a little weird off the open because we had the economic data at 15 minutes in and then at the top of the hour. So I was just a little overly cautious, but there were some good plays to be had. I'd say my favorite highly liquid stock today was an energy play to the downside here, as you can see. After about, an hour in, we had that nice little release right there. I think this is it's a Canadian
BTE.
energy
Oh,
company, actually.
I have not seen that one today. I don't think it's showing up on any one of my scanners. BTE. Let's take a look.
Right, right. It got down to, if you take a look at that daily, it looks like it might
Uh-huh. Oh yeah.
be
Okay.
butting up to some support here, but right down to that 130 moving average.
Not an, yeah, it's not a earnings play. It's just
Nope.
doing it on its own. It's an energy play, and I guess energy is weak. I haven't looked at XLE. It's funny because the relative volume, it's only 1.2. That's
Sure.
why I would never see it. Most of mine are at least have to be at least 3. But hey, listen, if it worked out for you, great. I can see.
Some decent action.
Yeah.
I mean, the SPY is just kind of comical here.
Yeah. Well.
We've been sitting here at 0.3, or we might get up to 0.2 down and then back down
Yeah.
again.
Yeah.
But what are you going to do?
What
What are
are
you
we
going
going
to
to do?
do?
We just got to wait for 2 o'clock and have them
Hmm.
tell us all over again. We're not going to reduce interest rates probably for this year. The market go and then probably have a little drop, even though we all know that's what they're going to say. But
Well, Barry, I'm no economist, thank goodness. But, it's just getting comical.
it is.
You can't lower rates right now. It's kind of impossible. Um, I think there's more of a chance they raise than lower, but I could be wrong, but that's just my take on it.
Boy, if they raise rates, look out, market for the
Hmm.
short term. Anyway, look
Hmm.
out because that is something that they have not really been talking about. I don't think. I don't even know what inflation is, and I mean, I know the definition, but
Well, Barry, it's that thing that's transitory.
you know.
Okay. Remember what they said when they printed all the money. There's not going to be any
Ah,
inflation. Then what, 3, 6 months later, they're like, okay, there's inflation, but it's going to be transitory.
transitory. Boy, I haven't heard that for a
Yeah,
while.
and then like 6 months later, a year later, they're like, yeah, there's inflation.
But what is the magic number of 2? What is that like that's their magic number. I mean, what if it got to 2.5? Are they going to say, well, we're still not going to reduce rates? I mean, they've got this magic number of 2
Yeah, but
that
that's
unless
I think they're missing it. I think they need to multiply it by 10, because you and I, whenever we purchase anything, I don't care if it's the grocery store, new automobile, clothing, everything's 10, 15, 20% higher than it
hmm
was before the COVID and the money printing.
hmm
When's the last time you heard of prices coming down on anything, much less saying
It's
there's no
funny.
inflation?
Only big screen TVs.
Well,
when
true,
I go to,
true.
when I go to Best Buy, I'm always saying like they were just putting these big screen TVs. They'll have a price, and then a month later, they slash the price, and that's maybe because of the market. I guess these kids today they don't buy TVs anymore, so I guess that's maybe
Well,
their.
for example, I don't own a smart TV. Smart TVs are really cheap for a purpose, right? They want
Hmm.
everybody connected.
Yeah.
It also serves other purposes, which I will not get into now. Um, but
Sounds like a conspiracy theory.
oh no, just read the owner's manual, which
Oh, I
nobody
see.
ever does. Nobody ever reads the owner's manual. They just get their TV out of the box, they connect it, they go, big new TV.
Are you
Well,
telling me, Jamie, that they're listening to me and they're getting all my data, and then eventually they're going to take all of my money from my bank account?
no, 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 no. But they
Not
are,
quite that bad.
there are microphones and cameras that you're unaware of unless you read the owner's manual. But I
Right.
don't think they're
Right.
going to take your money.
Okay.
My TV took all my money. Damn it.
Anyway, we are going way off topic here, so I'll leave you, and I'll see you in about an hour.
Very good, sir. Bye bye.
Okay. Bye.
Okay. I hope all of you enjoyed that comic relief. And now back to market oriented stuff as Barry takes his well deserved break. I like your comment there. It's a SPY TV, not a smart TV. Now, of course, you're talking about this SPY, right? Up here, Benson. In any case, welcome to my desktop. as Barry said, my name is Jamie. Been with TradeIdeas for a very long time, and been doing market stuff for even longer. So this is the hour that we allocate for the live support session. So if you have any questions, you know what to do. Just use that questions panel to get them out there, and I'll do my best to answer them. But not really any pre-planned content here, just talking shop in the markets and trade ideas. So also too, I do have some rudimentary chart reading abilities. So if you'd like me to take a look at a symbol and check out the chart, give me my feedback, I'd also be happy to do that as well. And I don't think there have been any fresh questions since I popped in here, but let me just take a look, see. Nope. I believe your comment was the last one, Benson. All right, so what's been going on today? Well, clearly here's what the SPY's been doing as we kind of broke through this little level here on a gap. Just put this back into a smaller time frame. And then we've been pretty lackluster as far as the motion in the ocean today. Pretty tight range for the SPY. Looks like a range break setup. Of course, any instrument can do that. This one just happens to be the big boy. But let's check out relative volume today. Yeah, we're only 0.97 on the SPY. And let's just flip back over to that daily one more time. I drew these lines a long time ago as we were popping through here. Enjoy this nice uptrend. And you can see the big red days here, the engulfing candles. That's because typically, no matter what instrument it is, go up on the staircase, come down on the express elevators when the sellers show up. And that's what we like to call, here's the greed, and then here's the panic, the fear, right? Notice the fear moves are a lot more violent than the greed fear or than the greed pattern. And of course, we got the 10 period supporting that whole run. And then as soon as we got a little bleedy and closed below it, it's been on the SPY like a wet blanket as we try to find the new home in this range right here. So who knows how long we might chop around in this little tranche right here, We're going to put the brakes on here. We're going to go on down and ding that area. We can all speculate, but we'll find out soon enough.
All right, everybody.
Was that you, Barry? I don't know if anybody else heard that. What's up, David? Long time no see. Do you have that turn point tracker scan link that Chris Varley just sent out in an email? It was on Trader TV. I do not, but I can ask him real quick here. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 sec.
Hello, Barry Anderson from Trade Ideas with today's edition of What Makes This Trade Great? Well, you know what, guys? Not all stocks go up. Some go down. And this is an example of one, DBRG. This is an earnings play. This came from our AI, our Holly. Look at the alert, 1517. And look what happened from there until we got down to, on 11 o'clock, we finally had a little pull up. This was basically straight down, okay? And as we speak, this is still, 7.85%. But what I really like about it is that it was pretty orderly on the way down until we finally had a little bit of action right here at 10:45 on a pull up. I was actually wondering if maybe we would have a
Okay, ladies and gents, I think, well, I got the link, but I think Chris was kind enough to already beat me to the punch and drop it in there. Give me 1 second here. Yes, he did. Thank you, Chris. I'll just drop it in there one more time just to be safe, and we're good to go. And yes, I think Barry realized that his mic was hot, and now it is not. So back to business here. So there you go, David, and anybody else that would like that scan, help yourself. Okay. Under option says CSV logger tool. Not sure the purpose of that. Hey, Michael, to your question about the CSV logger, if you're wanting to archive all the activity from that window, and it's been so long since I looked at that, I think, yes, that is under options. So where is my toolbar? Let me find it. And right there. What it does, it's going to create a log of your alert windows, right? So if you want to archive all that data and do something with it, that is what the CSV logger is for. Of course, CSV is just the spreadsheet format. And I'm not sure if we have, give me 1 second and I'll see if I've got a resource for that. And what I'm going to do here, who asked that question? That was Michael. Michael, I'm going to drop the link to the help, to our online help guide into the chat for you. And you can read up on what that little guy does for you. You may have a need for it, you might not, but just so you have it, there's the link to our online users guide, which talks about the CSV logging. Okay. All right. You know what? I'm going to check in on a couple of things here. Let's see. I noticed this one was trying to create a nice little clean range break earlier, but it seems to have just kind of died. You know, it got close, not really working. That one was pretty active yesterday, as I think earnings. Yep, 2 days ago, actually. So let's take a look at some of the earnings for today. And let me just fold this window into this layout. Okay, I didn't really want it there. Let's plug it into here for now. Okay, so earnings today. And it's kind of sorted this one by relative volume. So LSEA, Landsea Homes Corporation, apparently not having a very good day. And this one also happened to be, let's see, pardon me while I dig out this window. I do believe that was a great call by the AI. Yep. Entry price for the AI was 1028. Okay, so it was after the big shoot down, which, you know, a lot of the times when you see that much energy expended in the first 5, 10, 15, 20 minutes or so, it's kind of hard to pull the trigger. But boy, you know, just goes to show you when there's statistical weight behind something, a lot of the times what appears, like if I saw this one in real time, which I did, but the AI was spitting them out pretty fast and furious. Let's see here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 trades were produced, as we can see right here, in a less than 6-minute period. So a little bit hard to keep up with, but that one worked nonetheless, despite the energy expenditure there. So the market not liking the earnings there. And speaking of homes, for those of you who keep up with a little macro data, what I'm seeing out there is, regardless of whether it's Florida, any state, right? Texas, here where I am, the home inventories are just piling up. Tons and tons of homes for sale, which, doesn't bode very well for that market. A lot of sellers having to bring cash to the table just to get out from under the houses that they're trying to sell because they're underwater on them. So, is this the beginning or the end? The beginning of a cycle or the end of a cycle? Don't know. But the inventory is piling up, and when there's excess inventory, that's typically not good for the underlying commodity, in this case, houses. Also, under options layouts, there is open relative to main window. Yes, and that means wherever you have your TI toolbar, that's where the layout should open. And I do believe I can find a resource for you there as well. Just give me a second. Of course, I could be wrong here. Aha. Okay. I got one more link for you, Mr. Storm. Here's a link to that option as well for your viewing pleasure. Okay, NYCB finally getting a day in the sun. This is the one that was teetering on implosion not too long ago. Let's just take a look at the daily. For this guy, we might as well just pull up the weekly. And let's just even zoom out a little bit further. Just want to see what didn't change too much there. But before the trouble started, up in 1916, now residing at 350, so a day in the sun, but compared relatively to where it used to be, still not looking very good. I know we've had one bank failure this year already. I forget the name of it, up in the eastern area. You're welcome, Michael. But we still haven't even seen the beginning of the commercial real estate slump. It's like they're kind of just trying to forget about it for now. But in my humble opinion, those chickens will come home to roost at some point. Of course, it's never when you expect it, right? Pump up 4% on earnings. Check out the action for it today. Just a gap up and not a continuation, but not really wanting to give up any of that gap either. A lot of symbols on here that I don't even recognize. That's kind of the gist of earnings season. Not seeing anything that's lighted on fire today, just a lot of gaps. And of course, the big boy, Amazon, reporting earnings yesterday and getting to enjoy, let's see, post-market. Yeah. I mean, check out the range yesterday when, you know, I remember clearly seeing Amazon peel off in this last 15-minute candle here. What do we go? 179 down to about 174. Then you had the earnings announcement and everybody's trying to make sense of it. But man, it's 165 up to let's just call it 185. So a 20-point swing in that 15-minute candle. First one of the post market. A little choppy, and then here we are. It's like nothing ever happened, just down a little bit from yesterday's range there. But I remember thinking, well, the scenario of Amazon missing and tanking and bringing the market with it, that's probably not a very realistic expectation. This kind of looks like a nothing burger now. I mean, Amazon's only getting bigger. People are only more dependent on it. Myself being guilty of that as well. It's just so convenient to go, ooh, I want that. Oh, here you go. Okay, it'll be there tomorrow or the next day. We've all been pretty spoiled. Pump. All right, John, let's take a Oh yeah, that was the earnings. Pump is pumping. Well, it was pumping. Now it is getting into the gap. So notice we put the brakes on right before that opening wick there. Now it's trying to fill some of that gap. Where it stops, nobody knows. Republic First Bank, Republic Bank, Pennsylvania. Yep, that is it. CYCC. Now that little guy right there, oh, that's pretty. Okay. And the reason it's pretty, let's see, did it have earns today? Nope. Earnings not until the 9th, right? 6 days. Nice little pre-market range it's set in right here. And then as the regular session opened, it threw a little wiggle here, right? It's like I'm going. But hey, when you're trying to trade what you see right here, pretending the rest of these candles are not there, yeah, maybe you're going to try to play the top of that opening range right there. But if you gave it a little bit more time and notice the 10 period right here, that is a gorgeous setup for an opening range break, right? This was a little tell, oop, oop, buyers want it. Then buyers and sellers become equal. We do a little sideways dance for a good, what was that, about 2.5 hours? And of course, the wick has to spoil all the fun there. But, a lot of people play candle bodies. Of course, you wouldn't have seen this coming through a new high ticker as it broke those candle bodies. But if you were already aware of it, you might choose to use candle bodies and get in a little early based on this real tight action here. But if you want to play strictly by the rules, then it did not technically pop that new high until we got through 215. Now, you might have had a chance to react and get it pretty close to the 216 level. If you were in early on the candle bodies, well, then you were golden, right? But if we did take this trade right here as it broke that very beautiful uptrending opening range break right there, what would your risk have been? Well, if this is the entry candle, and we did see it coming through our high ticker, and we were fortunate enough to get it, I don't know, before it cracked 220 or so, not too chasey. Here's the entry candle. The way I assess my risk on these is the prior 15-minute low. Since we're already looking at 15-minute candles and not fives, That's the prior low right there. The low of that candle was 208. So putting your stop a penny outside of that, 207, 216, a risk of about 9 cents on this one. Let's see if it'll let me drop 2 lines in a row. Yay. Must have fixed that. So entry right here, risk here, and currently our reward level is way up here, right? So once again, 20 low of that candle. Thank you, but I don't want to drop any more lines. Okay. Close. Okay. Well, no, it's still in line mode. Let's see if I can shake it out. In any case, don't know why my little guy is still staying active there. But that is the risk to reward ratio that we like to look for. And to your question there, John, how do you catch these things? Well, new high. And when you're watching a new high alert window, even if you've got moderate filtering in place, there's still going to be a lot of things pumping through there. You know, just because it's hitting a new high doesn't mean it looks like this, right? But it's, you know, the old man working with the machine. Machine is TI, right? We're the human. So when we see these stocks hitting new highs, we can size it up. If we see something like this, we're like, ooh, that's the animal right there that I'm hunting. If to use the hunting analogy, you know what the animal looks like, right? You only go after that animal that you're hunting for that day. Now, there are other ways to find these as well. If I right click in the alert window, then we do have consolidation. A consolidation alert might find something like this, right? But same theory applies. Everything's not going to look like that. Most of the time, the things are not going to look like the things that you're hunting. And that's why we as traders are just constantly scrolling. You know, we have our favorite setups, our favorite stocks that we keep an eye on. Then we have other alert windows that hopefully are going to present additional opportunity to us on any given day based on the pattern that we're looking for. And instead of trying to create something that spits out the perfect signal every time, which by the way, parentheses, is impossible, right? Then that's our job, is to constantly filter through data. And, you know, depending on the day, you might have to filter through 10, 20, 30 symbols or more before you stumble across one that looks like this guy right here. Now, having said that, consolidation, and then we also have pre-programmed um, opening range breaks for the different time frames. Now, if you're if you like to live dangerously, yeah, we got the smaller time frames, opening 1, 2, and 5 minute, but you better be quick, as Barry always talks about, you know, how harrowing the opening 15 minutes can be. I second that. But then we have the 30 and the 60. So I'm pretty partial to the 30 and the 60s. As those things start being produced, I just take a look, see what the quality is like, and if I like the risk. You know, had I seen CYCC here, I wouldn't even had to think about it. I would have had to think about how many shares I wanted to be in and what my risk was. But pulling the trigger would have been very easy on this thing right here. So who asked that question, John? So John, I hope that, you know, kind of resonates with you. And as traders, you know, having to filter through a gazillion symbols to hopefully find one or two good ones is just kind of par for the course. And on another kind of psychological take right there, as traders, you know, yeah, you can be madly pushing buttons all day if conditions are right. But, you know, from a psychological standpoint, as traders, most of the time that we spend sitting in the chair is watching, right? Most of the time is observing. And then when the right time is right, that's when the execution comes in. Ah, if you're in CYCC at 213, Chris, hats off. That is a beautiful price on that stock. Good job. In the morning, you look at the 15-minute charts and decide, look at the 1-hour chart. Okay, let's take a peek there. 60 minuets. Okay, so yep, I see what you're looking at there. Prior day, boom. Not too shabby, man. Not too shabby. So, Dean, when you say, how did I open that window? Were you referring to the configuration window? Because if that's the case, I right-clicked in the alert window and I just selected configure. So is this the window that you were talking about right here? And I believe, Dean, that was your question. And while I'm waiting for Dean, Zero, I see your question. Can you tell me how to open up that chart view? And the consolidation is what you were asking about, Dean. Okay, so first, Zero, if you want to spawn a new chart window. Now keep in mind, this layout that you're seeing right here is a derivative of the explosive winners channel. A couple of different ways you can do this, Zero. So first, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say new, and I'm going to say bring up a new dock channel bar. And then I can come over here and say click on explosive winners, and you'll get this layout that you can start messing around with, which includes your chart window already. However, let's say maybe you're working with your own container layout or a free floating layout for all practical purposes, and you just want to spawn a new chart window. In that case, you would just click here, new. Now, you're not going to see any of this because I'm on a dev version, but if you are premium, you'll see all this stuff. And even if you're not premium, charting is part of the basic package. So you would just click on chart window, and then voila, here you have a chart set on daily. You can right click, set your time frames. If you want to have multiple charts, one for daily, one for your intraday, so forth and so on, you can always spawn a new one, or you can always just right click in here and say duplicate, and then start setting, positioning them as you see fit, setting the respective time frames, so forth and so on. Okay, so back to your question, Dean. Okay, so if you want to find the consolidation alert, keep in mind, this is the massive momentum, right? But I was just illustrating the fact to the question of how are you finding opening range breaks, right? Well, one of the ways to potentially do that is to use our consolidation alert. So if you right click in an alert window and hit configure and just pop up here to the search tab, program loading, please waiting. Okay, I don't think I've lost connectivity, but I'm having to refresh. Okay, let's try that again. Right click configure, pop into the search tab, just type in consol, and then boom, that's where the consolidation alert is located. And then if you'd like to implement it, you just say add the alert. It'll add it for us and we can check it. Of course, you'd probably want to craft out a little filter set to go along with that. Let's see, who was asking that? Yeah, so Dean, that's how you access the consolidation alert. Is there a way to set a price alert at a moving average on a chart? The answer to that would be yes. Let's just pull something up here that might look a little different than that beautiful CYYT. Okay, so I just pulled up a stock at random here. Let's see who asked that question. Okay, SYT right here, 15-minute intraday. The orange line is the 10-period moving average. Okay, so it looks like it's been ruling the roost. You know, it's every time it comes down here and tries to test, wicks back up. So buyers are still in control, and that is what we like to see on the 10 period, especially on the 15. Compliments of Mr. Steve Gomez for showing me that way back in the day. But let's say we're 20 cents away. Stock's currently at 457, 10 periods approximately at 422. So I could easily set a price alert that says if SYT drops down to 425, then I'd like an alert. And all I'd have to do is if I wanted to set that price alert, and we'll just call it 420, you know, kind of right a smidge below. Right click, create price alert here. And then I would say my price, adjust my price to 420. And then I would check this box. If the price of SYT, oops, nope, I would leave it as is. If it falls to 420, give me an alert, save it. And now if that stock, notice the line that appeared, if it goes down there and prints 420, my price alerts are going to flash and I'm going to know about it. So yes, once you know once you've ascertained the price, you can set that price. There's no way to tell the price alerts though to go, hey, give me a price alert if it gets down to the 10 period. It doesn't know anything about the 10 period. So once we figure out the price approximate to the moving average, then you just set it in the numerical value. So Stephen, I hope that makes sense. And you're welcome, John. You're also welcome, Zero. Okay, Dean, good question. So let's just create an alert window using the consolidation alert, okay? So I'm just going to duplicate that guy into a free-floating window here. And of course, it disappeared and went behind my container. So I tell you what, we're just going to duplicate it here, okay? So massive momentum, now we have a duplicate. I'm going to right click, I'm going to pop into configure. We can see this one already had its respective alerts attached, so we're just going to remove them. We're going to select consolidation here. Then we're going to check out the filters that have already been established. Okay, so consolidation. And we'll just put some generic prices in here. Minimum price 5, maximum price 40. Maybe relative volume, that's a little juicy, but we'll say relative volume 2. Volume today has to be at least 350,000. And then maybe a position in range, because, you know, when they're getting close to longer term ranges, then they might have a little bit more oomph as those crucial levels are triggered. Now let's just say it's got to be in the upper 5% of its 10-day range, right? So then we'll click OK. We'll change the title. Give me 1 second here. Okay, sorry about that. So we're just going to retitle this consolidation. If my fingers would work today. Okay, now one other thing to point out about this alert is there's a box over here. It says 2.0 through 10.0, and 10 is the highest. So when the value is 10, 9, 8, the consolidation should just, you know, jump out at you. And by the way, SYT, just to show you, and I believe that was Stephen, SYT is triggered because it came down to the 420 level. And this box popped up and flashed, so it's kind of hard to miss. Now getting back to the consolidation topic here, using this alert, let's go ahead and set a minimum of like 6. That way we don't have to stand across the room and squint to see the actual consolidation. Of course, TCN, that's probably a buyout, I think. We'll just put it on 5 minutes. And yeah, this is I'm pretty sure TCN is a consolidation play. So no big shocker that it's consolidating very tightly. Let's go back and look at the history for today and just see if there's any real ones, right? That also looks like a buyout play, right? Notice how it's flat lining up there. And, if we squish this up, that's a pretty tight consolidation. Now, sometimes just because it's a buyout doesn't mean it's just going to sit there. You can see this might be a buyout and they still move around. So a lot of the times these buyout plays are going to move. CTMX, you know, the recent activity there today leads me to believe. So just check out the patterns, regardless of whether it's a buyout or not. It's going to show you things doing this, right? Consolidating down here in a, what's that, 745 in a 35-cent range right here. And that appears to be all the stocks that this thing found today. More than likely because I've got pretty tight settings here. Now, if we remove this, you're going to see probably a lot more come through there. I could be wrong. Yeah, we're definitely getting more symbols here. And let's see, who was asking that question? So Dean, that's how we set up a filter set in the alert window. Right click, configure. Notice we have our search tab, and that's easy. That makes it easy for us to find the alerts and filters we're looking for based on the topic. But then we have the entire, anytime you add an alert here, got to make sure it's checked. And then here's where we add all of our filters, right? Minimum, maximum price, volume, things of that nature. So hopefully that kind of clears the way for you. And now you can start assembling your own filter sets and alerts, learning the ropes there. Okay, Avery, do you alert RSI divergence? I do believe. Well, I know we do VWAP divergence. I can't recall. I don't know if we do. I know we have RSIs filters for the smaller time frames, but I believe the only divergence alert. Yeah. So, of course, here we have the positive and negative VWAP divergences, which, are kind of the same ilk as standard deviations, right? And up or down a certain percentage. Those are all very similar ways to ask the same question. It's 3% above its VWAP. It's 3% below its VWAP. It's experiencing an upside 3 standard deviation. It's experiencing a downside 3 standard deviation. Or it could be up 3% or down 3%. But a lot of the times those are going to be the same stocks, right? It's just looking at a different metric. But unfortunately, no RSI divergence alerts or filters. Our only RSI is going to be in the form of filters, and these are the time frames. 1, 2, 5, 15, and 60, and then the daily. And that was for Avery. So what are the 3 bars on the TCN alert? That is, if you're talking about these bars right here, this is the company logo, right? Notice how each company has its own company logo. So if you're asking about that, that's the logo. If you're asking about these cylindrical things over here, that's just showing us, if you can see that, it says position and 30-minute range percent. It's just showing us where is the stock in the current or in its 30-minute range. You know, this is 50 percentile in the middle. So it's below 50% right there. It looks like it's probably in the lower 25% for NVRO, whereas TCN is at the top of its 30-minute range. You're welcome, Dean. Zero's asking, can you show your filters for the earnings today tab? Sure. Okay, so here's my earnings. Are you talking about my earnings window? Because we've got, you can make earnings date show up down here in your single stock window. Of course, it's going to be on your chart as well. So there's not really any filtering going on here. There's just displaying the data that we want. But in the earnings today top list that I like to watch, once again, these are only stocks that are reporting earnings today at the pre-market, right? And if I go to configure, you can see right here. I like having separate windows. I have one for only today, pre-market, and then post-market would be 0.75, right? So all I've got is a maximum price. Of course, we could easily take this up to 50. We're going to get a lot more stocks. And then, actually, I stand corrected. What I like to watch are earnings today and earnings yesterday. But we could easily modify this. Here's my earnings yesterday at the close. And if we wanted to change this, say if I duplicated this window and then change that 0.25 to 0.75, then we'll get a list of stocks with earnings today at the close. So just keep that in mind. This is, 0.75 stocks reporting today at the close. 0.25 is stocks reporting pre-market. So let me know if that works for you, Zero. No problem. All right, Stephen, what are your personal favorite features of Trade Ideas that I am not showcasing? That's a good question. I have to think about that for a second. Well, you know, I'm always watching the AI every morning, and if the signals aren't coming out too fast and furious and I can keep up and I see a good play, the AI is, well, what is the AI's quote unquote, for lack of a better term, edge, right? And that is statistical viability. And it seems my AI window is hiding. Okay. So the AI is taking, in every risk mode today, it's down a little bit. Well, happens, especially in a kind of a choppy market like this. But let's say, it's 10 minutes into the open, the AI spits out a symbol. I like what I see going on in the charts as well. Let's pretend for a moment that, what was that one from earlier? Yeah, this beautiful one. You know, let's pretend for a moment that the AI said it was getting long CYCC around 208. And I pulled it up. I'm like, ooh, that's a nice tight consolidation. I think I'm going to go ahead and go early. That way, if it breaks, I'm already in it, right? Well, number one, when the AI spits out the pattern that I like, and I like what's going on the chart, that's a good thing. But it's also got the edge of the AI behind it, which is statistical viability. So if I just found this thing, manually, great, right? But if the AI pointed it to me and then I'm like, "Ooh, that also coincides with the pattern that I like," well, then it makes it even easier to pull the trigger because A, it's the pattern that I like, B, the risk is in place, and C, the AI says there's statistical weight behind this. So if it was just a pattern that I found, then that's one gold star. Is risk acceptable? Second gold star. Okay, pull the trigger. But then having the AI spitting the play out as well, which it doesn't happen all the time, but it does happen from time to time. And for the most part, those are always pretty good trades. So that adds a third gold star to it. Hey, the pattern's intact, the risk is acceptable, and I've got statistical viability on my side. So it's a three gold star trade. Now, just because there's statistical viability, does that guarantee success? Hey, I've had three-star trades fail before. It's kind of rare, but does happen. There's never a guarantee. So that's one of the things right there, Mr. Steven. In our 7 alerts, we haven't really talked about those. I think last time we were talking about these, 7.7 was in here saying, yeah, we were kind of in agreement that these become more desirable when the market gets real slow, okay? Because you can see right here, NR7. NR stands for narrow range, yet another way to find stocks that are creeping along in a narrow range, right? So let's just get rid of some of the noise here. I'm only looking at fives. Of course, this is looking at a list of stocks. But what if we just said all symbols, right? Okay. When this alert came out, yeah, so if this pattern right here in this little consolidation area between 181 and 82 and 53, it's saying, okay, this is the start of an NR7 pattern. And so there's a good possibility here that we're going to have some consecutive 5-minute candles that go sideways for a little bit. Now, it's kind of interesting here because, well, number one, it's Tesla, so it does like to move, but it's taking a little break right now, right? And the 10 period, even though this is the 5-minute time frame, seems to be kind of, tending to the flock here. Now, of course, that's Tesla. Let's just look at some of the other ones that have been produced here. Okay, you see what's happening right here on VIG. It's a very tight range, right? So maybe you think the stock's going to go up. Maybe you think it's going to go down. But, using these candles right here, if you did take a shot, shorten this thing, hoping it maybe goes down to this level here or maybe this level right here, your risk is very small because the previous range is so tiny, right? So these NR7 alerts kind of go unnoticed to a lot of people, but I always like to kind of preach the gospel of the NR7 alert. Now, one other little thing I'll point out here is, like I said, NR stands for narrow range. But when these things get interesting, is all of a sudden, and you can kind of see from the icon here, bunch of consecutive bars all in a tight range. And when one of the candles goes inside of the previous one, that's when things get real tight. And that's when a move, now we don't know if that move is going to be up or down, right? That's when the potential of the move gets even greater, is when a candle goes inside, right, of the prior candle. So that's the added oomph of the NR7 alert. And we do have these. I like to use 5-minute candles, but we do have these in a wide variety of time frames, everything from the 1, 2, 5, 10, 15, and 30. Now, you kind of got me wondering, Stephen, okay, well, what other things do I like? The races, right? One of our newer additions. And compare count windows. Let's see here. Just trying to find one of my races here. Okay, so this is a tree map. This is a race, right? Now this window right here, this Dawn of the Dead, this is being powered by a top list. I've just got races activated, right? So behind every race, there's a top list that's powering it, okay? Now this particular top list was created by Andy Lindelof many years ago, and the title Dawn of the Dead. It's these stocks that have really been beaten down on the daily and just kind of trudging along at the lower extremes of, and I'm just going to move these so I don't lose them. I'll click on a few of these symbols here, and we'll look at the dailies. I tell you what, we'll zoom out a little bit more. Okay, perfect Dawn of the Dead type action, right? Here we are looking at the weekly. CTMX used to be perched up here at 30. Boom, 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 just got slaughtered. Hung around down here at $1, popped up to $2, then hung around at a buck and change for a long time. But then all of a sudden, big green candle, big huge move for the week, just like a zombie. It's all dead down here and then starts to walk around again, right? That's where the title comes from. So that's what that top list is doing for us. However, during the first 15 minutes, I try to capture all of the stocks from Dawn of the Dead. They're winning 1-minute races, right? So if I right click here and I say show my race setup, well, okay, it disappeared there for a minute. And you can set up your race time. Notice I have 1 minute here and base the race on the change from the open. Which stocks are moving the most briskly to the upside on the open, and sort them by largest to smallest based on that value. So in the first 15 minutes, I'm simply watching all the winners, popping in them into a custom list that's attached to alert windows, and then watching those because the ones that are Dawn of the Dead-esque, the ones that are moving the most off the open are a lot of the times some of the bigger movers on the day, and a lot of the times they're going to be smaller float. I mean, just, sub $2 stocks that have just been beaten down. But this helps me key in on the ones that might have the most potential, right? Not just jumping in every one willy-nilly. But if we take a look at some of these things today, did any of them get up and boogie? Well, let's take a peek. And since it ran away from me, we'll just have to look. Where'd my race go? Stand by. Well, okay, well, we're just going to have to retrieve it the old-fashioned way. There she is. Pardon that man behind the curtain. Okay, so what I'm going to do is just kind of scroll through. All right, looks a little spotty for me, but nonetheless, opening 15-minute candle, CSSEP. I'd say that was some pretty darn good upward momentum. And I'm just looking at the top 10 winners here from this list. See, CSECP is right there. What about CTMX? I'd say that thing got up and boogied as well. IMCC, not so much, ran up a little bit, folded back over. But definitely These guys had some upside oomph to them. Microbe, seen that one before. Nice upside action. There's our friend that we were talking about earlier, CYCC showing up. So just imagine if you got alerted, hey, CYCC might be in play, and you got that information in the first 5-10 minutes. Okay, well, I'm definitely going to watch that one, right? Veru, not bad at all. I mean, not a huge move, but an upside move nonetheless. Little harrowing there, probably, you know, would have had no interest in that one. But when you see something like this show up as a race winner and it's not really doing anything yet, well, you see what happened when that crucial level got popped. HYLN, big upside. FGen, not bad, not lighting the world on fire. Post Toasties. I hear you, Barry. Wow.
Okay.
I can't believe an hour's passed already.
You are on a roll, my friend. And by the way, I do apologize for not having my mic off. Hopefully I didn't say anything too foul. You...
No, Barry, I don't even think you've ever cursed in your life.
Oh, Jamie, I'm not a choir boy and not a Boy Scout. You just don't know me that well. However, we have to have a sense of decorum when we're moderating a trading room and even talking amongst you guys, you know. But, you know, in the old days when I used to do the videos, you know, I wouldn't always be smooth right from the beginning. And I might go, okay, guys, here we are. And then I say a bad word because something happened. And I have to start over again. But, you know, it didn't happen this time. Thank goodness. So anyway, I heard
hey,
you.
Philip was asking if I could share that NR7 alert.
Sure.
And I could, Philip, but check it out. It's just got, since this is pointed to a custom list that I watch, there's only a limited number of stocks in there. So I don't have any filtering in play here. It's just the 5-minute NR7 alert. I mean, still, I'd be more than happy to drop this in as a template for you to work with. Just give me a second here and I will do that. But just keep in mind, it's only the 5-minute version. And then if you don't want it going too crazy, you'll have to install some filters to keep it, you know, just from pulling up all these very thinly traded stocks. So let me drop that in the chat real quick. But just keep in mind, it's just the alert. You need filters. Okay, and you're welcome, Ryan. And I think, am I missing anything? Do you think much into insider selling before earnings? Well, to your point there, Stephen, it's kind of like earnings in general. What we perceive to be good sometimes is viewed as bad, and what we perceive to be bad is viewed as good. Like somebody will miss earnings and the stock will shoot up, or earnings will come in and they'll beat earnings and the stock will go down. And I think you could apply the same kind of coin toss to when an insider is selling. But I know there are a lot of people who put a lot of weight on insider buying as well, but that's not my forte.
I would, I mean, if I pay way more attention to, first of all, okay, if all the C-suiters were selling, sure, okay. But
Yeah.
I'm just looking at this one. The guy, Stephen is saying the director sold 2.6 million shares worth, or $2.6 million worth. How much does he have left though?
You never know why he's selling. He might just need it to buy a new house, you know?
Exactly. Kids going to college. He's got 10 ex-wives. I don't, you know, there's all sorts of reasons why people will sell, but also how much does he have left?
Yeah. And then
you know, he could have $100 million left and he's selling 2.6 of it. I put way more stock, no pun intended, into when we hear people buying.
Yeah, because why are they buying it? Yeah,
exactly.
They think it's going to increase in value. So yeah, if
That's
you,
my feeling
you know,
anyway.
Yeah, I agree. I think
unless you saw every single C-suiter, you know, dumping shares before earnings, you might, you know, I have to sit up and take pause of that. But All right, my friend. Listen, Jamie, thanks again, as always, for spelling me for my hour break. And we
Very
shall see
welcome.
you next Wednesday.
All right. Thanks, everybody. We'll see you next Wednesday, and may the rest of your day be green. Bye-bye.
Yeah. All right, guys, I'm back. Rooms now. Finish up talking with Jamie in our YouTube room. And yeah, we're getting closer and closer to FOMC at 2 o'clock Eastern time. And we also have the presser, which can be equally, if not more, interesting. Man, I've been trying to get into this. I'm looking at, well, okay. Can we call this a delayed rug pull then for CTMX? I mean, that, from 523 down to 4. But um, I've been trying to get into this TRN, actually, believe it or not. This is a gap up and go. It's pulling back just a little bit. It's an earnings play. Doesn't appear to me. There is the high on the daily chart. So it's above that, 28.90 or so. I'm trying to, but it may be foolish to try to do anything before the FOMC right now, unless it's one of these smaller ones that don't really care. Low float. Speaking of not small though, but GL has been still amazingly strong. I mean, Fuzzy Panda hit piece right here, but it is still what I would call in recovery mode. It had a bit of a, I remember this on that candle right there. That was red at one point. Looked like it was going to just go to nothing. Well, not nothing, but then it just came right back up. And I think this yesterday. I think one of Viceroy or somebody, they came out with their hit piece on them. But quite frankly, their hit piece seemed to be, we really agree with Fuzzy Panda. That seemed to be their hit piece. I don't know if they did any analysis on their own. Lemonade, guys. This is down, down, down. I mean, it's continuing to move down. Continuing to move down here. This is an earnings play. Look at the room underneath. 1613 or so, 1614. That's a daily low too. So it has got room underneath if it wants to keep moving down. They had a link to some massive document. We're talking about GL. Well, what are they going to do? They're going to wait for it to recover a bit and then spring it on us, and try to tank the stock again. What's up? Okay, Stephen, the question is, what time is big data supposed to come out today? Well, it's FOMC, okay, every month, once a month. I'm so surprised it's on the first today, on the first of the month. Usually it's around between the 15th and 20th. But anyway, it's FOMC where the minutes of the minutes. Basically, it's just going to talk about, will there be a rate increase? Will there not be a rate increase? What do we think of inflation? Stuff like that. But the big time probably would be more like 2:30, because that is when there's actually a press conference. and Powell will talk, and of course he'll be asked questions and all. So at 2 o'clock, just before 2 o'clock, I'll put up a, big SPY 1 minute chart, and we'll check out the action. Why did I think it was every month, Benson? I thought it was every single month. Only 8 times a year. It seems like it's every day. Kidding, of course, but so it's not big data. I mean, maybe that's just semantics, but certainly FOMC day is always interesting. You'll see some wild moves in the SPY 1 minute chart. You're going to see that when I put it up. And that's at another 52 minutes from now, 2 o'clock Eastern time. So DBRG has just sort of stagnated for quite a while now, right around the 14 level. Look at this, right around the 14 level. So how is VIC doing? VIK, I know it came out and it's sitting right around the 26 level. That is the IPO price. I do have an alert at the high of the day in case it takes it out later. It's hard to believe there'd be like a lot of excitement about this one, but mhm, right up to what, 26.86. But you never know. Later on in the day, it might. So that's why I have an alert set up there. But you can tell, I mean, there's not a lot of enthusiasm for this. Okay. Remember, the way I count enthusiasm, it's priced at 26. So let's say it opened at 32 and is now trading at 34. Label that enthusiasm. Basically, it's still kind of sitting at its IPO price. So it's not like there's, man, I can't wait for this one to open. I was trying to remember that one, Denver, ELYM. That was the one. Yeah, yeah, nice one. Nice look. Horrible looking on the 15-minute chart, maybe until here. Look at all these topping tails, some bottoming tails, chop, chop. But maybe now, if it took out the high of yesterday, which is not, I mean, seems crazy that it might do it, but it might. 782. It's got 50 cents to go or so. Net income is minus 2 billion. Wow. Yeah, it's hard for me to understand why some of these big guys would get behind a cruiser. Now, as I pointed out, though, I mean, Royal Caribbean is fabulous. I don't mean these 2 days here, but again, look at the position in years range. I mean, it's almost at the high. I mean, it's this is probably the high. Yeah, this will be the high. Well, this 2 days ago. What are we now? Wednesday? Yeah, so Monday, it actually hit an all-time high, I guess. Wait a minute, maybe not. It's gonna be a load a monthly chart. Yeah, I mean, this looks like that looks like the all-time high-ish area. But you know how IPOs work, PJ and others. I mean, well, they used to anyway. When I used to have a broker, all the firms involved are doled out a number of shares, and then so let's just say, okay, Goldman. Okay, so now Goldman has a bunch of shares. and then they go to their heavy hitters, and they say, okay, we can give you, a million or 500,000 of the shares. You contact your heavy hitters as clients and ask them, do you want to partake in this IPO? And that's because people say, well, how do I ever get into an IPO? Most of the time, you cannot. Okay, not in any significant way. I actually did a long, long time ago. I had a great friend who was a broker, and he got me into one, and it worked out okay. We're talking a long, long time ago. But he had a certain number of shares that he was allocated, and then he contacts all his big customers. Not that I was just more of a close friend, but that's how it typically works. So I guess my point is, if I got a call from my friend at my brokerage firm in the old days, in this market environment, how would you like to invest in a cruise line? I go, what? No, they may show me all the metrics. They may show me, yeah, okay, let's compare it to Royal Caribbean. I don't know. Maybe Royal Caribbean doesn't make money either. I have no idea. But that's what they might have to do, because otherwise, I'm going to look at CCL, I'm going to look at NCLH, and I'm going to go, why in the world would I ever want to invest in a cruise line? Now that's probably a very simplistic way, but again, if it has to be explained a lot to me, if I'm the person on the end of the call saying, how'd you like to invest in this? And it has to be explained. Well, yeah, I know this sector is not that great, but this one, as opposed to when EVs were hot. Okay, imagine if you got a call from your broker, and well, we got a hot new EV that's coming out. How'd you? Sure. Or crypto was hot. Sure. Or even a bio. We're into this hot bio sector. Sure. But a cruise line? Anyway, who knows? Maybe it'll double next week. Oh, absolutely. They'll lock you in. So when it does become public, you're usually, depending on well, usually I want to say it's I'm going to say 6 months that you're locked in before you can sell. But you know that going in, of course. Yeah, I remember when Facebook, I'm getting used to calling it Meta now, but when Facebook went public, and it looked like a disaster for a while anyway. I don't know. Will Meta have it? Should. I would hope it will. Yeah, it does. Is it that long ago that it went public? Are you kidding me? December, 2012? No. Wow. Because I wasn't doing this then. I thought we were doing this. I think maybe this is when we started. When I say we started, text based. I wasn't sharing my screen live on the mic. So we must have been talking about it here. Yeah, I mean, to imagine this, this was a $32 stock or so for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 14 months before it finally started to make a bit of a move. Man, it's truly unbelievable, isn't it? that it It sat there like some non-existent stock for 14 months and did nothing. Well, that's how long ago it was. William was still working, as he said in our our main room. All right, guys, we have another 42 minutes before 2 o'clock, which is FOMC. So right at 2 o'clock, the data is released, or the, well, call it data, whatever you want to call it. But 2:30 really, well, you'll see for 5 minutes though, you'll see the market going up and down. Typically, your first SPY move is not necessarily the move it's going to have. All right. So, quick question: what is the green to red scale that is on the right side of the chart? Okay, Kareem, that is in our main room. That's a question from our main room. So, if you want to have this, if you right click on your chart, okay, right click on your chart and go down to properties. Okay, when you hover over properties, the box should pop up. If not, just click on properties. And you see at the very bottom there, it says show smart risk levels. That's what that is. So, what does that really mean? If I click on CTMX right now, what that little dotted red line, what they're saying is that if you that's so close. But let me find something else. Maybe SYT. It's close too. I'm just trying to make it more distinct. By the way, guys, somebody asked me, what about WGS today? Very good. In the pre-market, it wasn't really trading. So what this is telling me is that if I took the trade right at $21, okay, right at $21, then a suggested stop would be at 2030. Okay, that dotted line is telling me that is a suggested stop. And so the red would be if you took the trade and you let it come down and get stopped out there. That's how much if you were risking $100 on the trade. Okay. That's what that means. Now, I don't pay any attention to the profit factor. Okay. Because all that's doing, if I can make the math simple, let's make that, let's say you took the trade at 21 and the stop was at 20. Okay. That line was at 20. So that's a dollar stop, right? So all they do is they double that and they say, okay, if you took the trade at 21, uh, 2 times 1, which is a stop, would be 23. Okay. Well, two times 1 is 2. And then add 2 to the 21 to get you to 23. So in other words, risking a dollar to make 2. That's why I don't pay any attention to the target. And quite frankly, man, I really don't pay. I've never used this. One day, you know what? Maybe one day, just for fun, I'll take a bunch of trades just using the smart stop. I'll do it in the simulator. Now, the smart stop is current price dependent. Okay. So what I mean by that is if WGS starts moving higher and higher, and we can't see, imagine it got up to 2150, the stop would not be there anymore. It would be up, it would be higher. Okay. It's whenever you click on the alert, it's going to generate the smart stop for you. So here's BEP. If I took it at 2298, they're suggesting a smart stop down here at 2270. So let's call that 30 cents away. So if you could risk $100 on the trade, you could take about, a little over 300 shares if you use that as a stop. 300 times 30 cents, it's 90, but I'm just saying that's an approximate. So who asked the question? Kareem, does that make sense? And you can put this on any chart. I just happen to have it on my 15-minute chart. Well, I just helped you. There's really no more. I mean, if you're asking how is it generated, it just takes the volatility of 15-minute candles, the high of the low and the high and the low of the day, and it puts those numbers into the system and it generates the stop. That's it. If how you if you follow it, you what I would say is try it. Use our simulator, try it, use that as a stop, and see how it works for you. Who knows? Maybe that'll be the magic stop for everybody. So, Barbara, that would have been from the AI. Okay, you're talking about WGS. Yeah, that was from the AI yesterday. Okay, great continuation. So that was the AI yesterday. When you see a little buy arrow like that, that means it was an AI alert in a previous day. You'll see it on whatever time frame, and then you can hover over it. Okay, you can hover over it, and you can see that it said the entry was 15:05, the exit was 17:05. I mean, we saw this one yesterday. It was a fabulous one. Now it actually got up to almost 1820. Well, got up to 1824. Now this was the one. And this is bad of me. I should have been paying way more attention to this one. You don't have this on your chart? That might be the same thing as the indicators. So sorry, on the properties. Oh no, show AI trades. Okay. See the so if you right click on the chart and it'll say show AI trades, you can click that. So Dean, did you I think Dean asked the same question. So in our YouTube room, did you hear my explanation about how to get this shadowed area, the red and green? Okay, now you have to click on an alert though. Okay, I so what you're saying is you click on it. I don't know if it'll generate it without you going back and then clicking on the alert again. If that makes sense. All right. So, okay, Dean, in our YouTube room. So load WGS. Okay. No, click on another symbol and then load WGS. You have to be able to click on it. I don't think it just shows up if you type it in. I may be wrong. No, even if you just type it in. So I think this is what I was saying. I'm not sure. No, it should happen. Even if I do it right now, it should. Yeah, it should happen. So, Dean, what symbol are you looking at specifically? Are you looking at W? I'm talking to Dean in our YouTube room. Are you looking at WGS or are you looking at something else? And are you looking at a daily chart or a monthly chart or a weekly chart? Okay, so you don't see this. Is there a possibility that you can, no, you can't do it in YouTube. Why would you not see the buy if you have promised me that you've right clicked and you go to properties and you have show AI trades clicked, checked. Oh, that's a good point. Let's see if it even shows up then on the browser interface. Maybe it doesn't. It's going to run through this. I'm going to go through these gyrate. Oh, it doesn't. Ah, okay. Okay, so that's the reason, Dean. So if you right click on your chart, I have to I have to let this go through a bunch of symbols. So if you right click on your chart, ah, see that's a no-no, guys. I should. This hasn't really happened before, or used to happen all the time. When I switch to the our HTML charts from our other charts midstream and go crazy. Okay, so you're able to do it, Dean. Okay. Ah, well, I might have to just close this chart down. What it's doing, it's cycling through all the different symbols. That only happens if you do something stupid like I did. Okay. I cannot get out of it. I'm glad I got out of the Pinterest before that 40 mark. I wonder if there's anything else. Maybe escape. All right, guys, there's probably nothing I can do. I'm going to have to just close this chart down and put another chart in, I guess. So maybe you have to have a smart risk also. Okay. It's been about a minute. And it's my computer is not liking this action, as you can hear. Okay, can I go in here? Ah, okay. Took a little longer than a minute, but okay. Okay, update. I enter a price in TI, it sells right away at the price. Okay, I was able now. Let's see if this happens to me now, trader. Okay, but let me also do this. You said you could only see it. Well, that's interesting because I don't have smart risk levels on here at all. I have not. I don't have that. I do not have that checked on my daily chart. So you're saying you had to check it also in order to see the previous AI trades. Well, I don't know. I don't know. All right, let me bring up Brokerage Plus, and now let me see if the same thing is happening to me as is happening to Trader. Okay, so this is what you're saying. So let me click on an alert. I do this off camera. Actually, if I do this, I think it's okay. Let me see. Okay, so there's CYCC. CYCC. I'll take 400 shares. I'll go in, buy it, send it. So now, what are you saying happens? Enter a price in, and it sells right away at that price. What? So are you trying to tell me you enter and then it sells it immediately at the price that you entered? And of course, this is not updating. So let me, not, I shouldn't say of course, but let me just, so what are you saying? I don't understand exactly what you're saying then. I took this trade at 350. I'm still in it. It did not exit me, at, you're saying I enter a price in TI and it sells it right away at that price. Maybe you're not manually trading like I am, maybe, right? Maybe you're doing something differently. Oh, that was ages ago. Oh, I'm sorry. 1029. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. 1029. I should have. You're right. No, that's my problem. I didn't read the timestamp. I saw Pepe's given a minute, and I just looked above, and I thought you were still having the problem, but I didn't look at the, timestamp. Alright, take a look at TILA here, guys. I mean, TILA, if you look at TILA, the next high looking left is yesterday's high, 463. There's a high right there of, 463. Then after that, 478. So there's a little bit of room. Now, if I can get through all that, the fantasy level way up here around 5. So that could be interesting for TILA. 5 times normal volume, not a ton of absolute volume, but, it definitely good relative volume. What's the spread like? Spread is, not terrible, 4 cents. And the volume, well, here's the volume, guys. I mean, there's only 328,000 shares right now, but total. But look at the volume. It's all here, all in this volume bar on the 15, 315,000 of that 328. So somebody somewhere wanted this stock. Well, look at this Napa. This is a wine play, right? Yeah. So Napa, this is an earnings play, and they are at an lifetime low, guys. Napa, NAPA, lifetime low, and sinking. And I'm getting all these from the gap continuation or reversal scanner, okay? And why this is pretty good because look at the relative volume is 2. Virtually all my scanners, the relative volume has to be 3. I think my relative volume here is a minimum of 2, just so I can maybe find some ones that are, kind of bounce plays or continuation down plays that meet a lot of other filter requirements, but the relative volume doesn't have to be minimum of 3. And again, I am sharing this. I'm sharing the gap continuation or reversal scan on my homepage. Remember Pally in the pre-market? Remember this one? Almost up to 10. And I'd love to short this one, except trade ideas. Interactive Brokers does not have shorts available. I like this one. I don't know how active it's going to be now. I mean, it's only down 2.7%. So I don't know how active this is really going to be. This is lemonade. I like it because when you look left, look at all the room it's got underneath. 1614, 1613 or so is the low. Are you kidding? Not in this case, anyway. The Duckhorn portfolio engages in the selection, winemaking techniques, and barrel aging program. All right, guys. CTMX is curling up a little bit here. Now, Steve's famous 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. Oh, I thought you were kidding in your normal way. So there's the 10 SMA. Okay. So tomorrow in our YouTube room should be Steve Gomez, as long as he hasn't switched with Andy. But he is a lover of that orange line, which is the 10 SMA on a 15-minute chart. He looks at that as being potential if it doesn't break through. Okay, computer. Okay. If it doesn't break through, that could act as resistance. Okay. And it might come back. But if it breaks through in any, and how much of the breakthrough, first of all, I think he likes to see the close above. Okay. He wants to see the close above it. Now, the problem with that would be is if this all of a sudden turned into a giant green candle closing way above here. So it looks like that 10 SMA is around 438, maybe 440 or so. Well, looking at a monthly chart, this BCAP has a lot of room and look at that. Too bad. Well, look, if it gets through 315, okay, there's the BCAP, BCAB. You can see there's their next high looking left on the daily chart. All right, guys, maybe this DBRG is ready to scoot a little higher here. Maybe. So you can see there's that 10 SMA that Steve loves. So it is above the 10 SMA, okay? Just above it. It's an earnings play, so hammer down on earnings, but maybe it'll have a bit of a bounce. Hasn't really bounced that much. And we have 14 minutes before. So Fox Trader and our YouTuber asked me, how would I, it's not going to be my favorite, okay? But VIK, how would I play VIK? Only if it took out the high would I even be interested, okay? It has 60 odd million in the float, so it's not one of those that could be maybe super dynamic. And 26 is the IPO price, so you can see right now there's zero enthusiasm for it. It's basically at the IPO price. Now that could change tomorrow, so I'll put a price alert around 26.86. That looks like the high of the day, and see if it takes that out. But right now, it's really nothing to see. That's me. Okay. Because remember the other fairly big IPOs like ARM, even Reddit, some of the other there are other ones that were fairly big, and they they would have had, say, an IPO price, we'll just, for argument's sake, 26, and they're opening at 35, 40, and they're really active. This is not like this at all, not like that at all. Meanwhile, OI continues to move down, earnings play. This is a nice one from our AI, actually. I'm noticing it now. This is a short LSEA, and there was the short, kind of spotty looking chart, but LCEA, the alert was at 1028, 974 now. But I'd be a little reluctant to take any sort of a trade right now ahead of FOMC. Though, some of these, like the CTMXs and some of these, they don't really care. Not saying to take CTMX, but let's see what this one is doing now, the CSSEP. 10 minutes. So again, I'll put a big SPY chart up, a big 1 minute SPY chart up, and you'll see some big gyrations. Oh yeah, I can't imagine. The only thing, well, we'll be in for about 1,000 point drop if they say we're raising interest rates. Wouldn't that be something? Well, IBIT certainly would be the interesting one, Shady. The other two, I don't think they'll get affected at all, but IBIT will be the interesting one to hold. Bitcoin can be affected by whatever is said or comes out in the minutes. So, as they say in La Belle Province, bon chance. That was just for Casa. I don't know if Casa's here today. You are there. Okay. All right. Well, let's just bring up a big SPY chart in advance. No, I'll wait. I still have another 5 minutes. But on a 15-minute chart, this is what's happening on a 15-minute chart. Now, nobody is expecting them to say we're reducing interest rates. Okay. So, I mean, honestly, this should be really all about nothing. It's the presser that is more because then they can ask them questions but if they come out and say, in the minutes, we don't think we're going to be able to reduce interest rates till a year from now. Well, that will have an effect. So I think that's more to the point. Like, when are they going to, suggest? But of course, it's this magic 2% inflation number that they're trying to get to. I was asking Jamie. I was saying, okay, what if they got it? What if it got down to 2.5? Are they going to still hold out for two? 2.00001. Are they going to hold out for two? Anyway, we'll see. 3.5 minutes. So now I will put up a big SPY chart and let's just see what the action is just ahead. I'll use browser interface. Ooh. Yeah, I'm okay. On a new chart, I can do it. And first of all, I'll get the SPY up and get 1 minute. Okay. Shrink it down a bit and take off the symbol linking. So here's our action just ahead. No action. No, I mean, and there is the what is this blue line? I should know, but I don't. Could be the yeah, that is actually the 8 EMA. That's the 8 EMA, I think. I'm in just a very little scalp trade that I'll definitely get out of before. When I say scalp trade, I mean I don't expect much, and I'm certainly not going to hold it. Well, I don't know what you mean by supersede exactly. Once you place the order, of course, the broker holds your order, but you can always, use so I don't know what you mean by supersede exactly. Oh, yes. Okay, ahead of earnings, or not ahead of earnings. Ahead of this, I want to guys, the DBRG actually did well, the broker always has the final say, 100%, okay? Always has the final say. But I mean, if you ask Pepe, I think you asked Pepe or somebody asked Pepe yesterday, placing trades through Brokerage Plus with Interactive Brokers, he says he's had no issues whatsoever. Well, I shouldn't say whatsoever, but he says seems to think it's fine. Okay, guys, I took myself out. So I was waiting on that DBRG. I wanted to see if got a little bit of a bounce out of it, and we did. Remember, I was saying there's that 10 SMA holding. That orange line was holding it, but I'm not going to hold it through the minutes. Well, you have to give me a minute here because it's now okay. Here we go. So minutes are out. Okay, little pop here. Well, again, all I have to do is click on new and then chart window. Okay. And then here's your chart. And then I just type in SPY and here it is. And I make sure it's not symbol linked. So when I click on an alert, it's not going to change. But you just have to, if you left click on a chart and you just start typing, okay, you see how this pops up? This is in the web-based version of the charts, okay? The other version, a little box will pop up. So far, a very muted reaction. This is a little bug that I used to see. I don't know if it's just intraday. Yeah, so you have to somehow the candle wouldn't fill out. But you can see on the 15-minute chart so far, little pop. But remember, 2:30 is really probably where you're going to get more action because he has his press conference and then they can, he'll talk and then they can ask him questions. So we get through this, and I usually hold this up for about 5 minutes. That usually after 5 minutes tells us the direction. Yeah, that's better. So how did IBIT do? And I'm sure IBIT must have run with the market a bit. Yeah, so there's IBIT. So Bitcoin running with the market a little bit. And we're now 202, almost 203. This is about as muted a reaction on a 1 minute chart that I've seen in a long time. I'll keep this up just for another half minute, guys, and then forget about this, and then we'll do it all over again at 2:30. Okay. Oh, I thought you were kidding, Draw. So there's Apvo. When you said heading for one, yes, I thought you meant it was going like from 100 down to one. I had no idea what the price was. 106 is the high, guys. So I mean, look, if Apvo somehow and the volume is increasing, if it can take out 106, and what's the float is 4 million. So low float 106 takes that out. Your next high is 3. Now I don't remember what happened here. I have no idea what happened. But that wouldn't mean it would drop like this. I mean, not I don't think anyway, but I may be wrong. Boy, this was a great reversal play, guys. This silk gap down and reverse. Pretty good one. Yeah, I can see Bitcoin not down as much now. So obviously IBIT has moved with the market. So the market is doing this, defending 500 to the death. I mean, it's amazing, isn't it? Is there an alert available that can be set up that shows new stock that enters, let's say, the top 10 of the relative? Well, the relative strength you're talking about here, right? So I've got 20 stocks here. So to answer your question, no. Okay, no, in the way you're phrasing it. So if some stock all of a sudden came out of nowhere, but you could limit it to 10 if you want. You don't have to have 20, and then you could see the 10th stock that is new, maybe new. Now, another way to do it is the races, which I don't run, okay? Because the races could show a stock that's coming, that is all of a sudden shooting up that you haven't seen before. I don't run races anymore. I think races can. Well, here we go. I do have. I'm not running it, but so for instance, here's a top 10 in. These are the top 10 stocks in the races that have won the most races today. Okay, now the race will start in another 18 seconds. And then you could see a stock that's starting to move here. It's not in here, I suppose. So, for instance, well, there's CTMX. Now, obviously, CTMX is already here, but can you see what I'm saying? A stock that is not in this top 10 list, maybe out of nowhere, or maybe looking at one of these down here, CABA as an example. CABA starting to move here as an example. But it depends on your filter. My minimum here. I'm actually surprised that CABA is not somewhere. Oh, I know why. See, it's 9.25%. Okay. The lowest, the lowest one here, probably hard to see, is Summit at 17%. So races may be what you'd rather look at. Okay. Because this is going to show you stocks that are perhaps starting to climb that, weren't in this top 10 before. If that makes sense. I don't know if I can share this race. I'm more into looking at this instead of the races, but I can share it though, if you want. All right. Well, it's on my homepage, so all I have to do is, in fact, I should go over my homepage right now. Anyway, we're getting close. 2:10. Another 20 minutes to the presser. Okay. Okay. So people were looking for my race. So if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So if you scroll down a bit, go to the center section. The center section here. Here are my scans. I have two races. I have a large cap race. If you're more into larger cap stocks, with larger market caps, fine. Otherwise, what you saw, what I was displaying here, is I don't limit the market cap. It doesn't have to be a minimum market cap. Okay. So these are the two races that I am sharing. And if you want to know more about races, okay, well, I might as well go over. This is the combo scan that I've been talking about all day long, and I think, if you're, I really think you should have this one. This is going to probably be active for the next 3 weeks anyway. There's the relative strength leaders is right here. Abnormal option activity, breakouts and breakdowns. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down. This pre-market actives will look very much like this right now. Now, as far as races, if you scroll down again and click on the education section, and then you click on the user guide, and then you click on, where are you? What? Right there, sorry. TI stock races, okay? So this will cover everything about what a stock race is all about. You start off with a top list window, you put your filters in, maybe the price range you want to see, minimum volume that you want to see. You construct your top list, and then from there you launch the race. And the race can be virtually any time limit. You can have a 1 minute race, a 2 minute race, a 10 minute race, a 30 minute, on and on and on. Okay. But there's some videos in here, and it's text. So this will cover all about stock racing. And as always, Here's my promo code, Barry25. This could end tonight, 11:59 p.m. Eastern time. Okay, it may be still valid tomorrow. I won't know until I click on it tomorrow. But if you do want to ensure that you get 25% off the first month only or the entire year, you should. I mean, if that's your goal, don't wait till tomorrow. I mean, it's possible it'll be ready. It'll still be available tomorrow, but I cannot guarantee it. I don't control it. Okay. I don't control it in that the company sets the promo codes and then they set the length of time for them. And I just dole them out. I'm told May the 1st, 11:59 p.m., but sometimes they do have it for one day later. And if you do take out a subscription, do they get started? And why it's important also, in order to take out a subscription using my promo code, this is a free room. The way to keep it free is by using my promo code. Then the room gets credit. It's really that simple. The room gets credit, and the company will keep the room open for free. Getting started, that's the 10 short videos. If you do take out a subscription, you should do that first. First thing. Okay, that's your first thing you should do. Trading 101, if you're new to trading. Free. It's a series of videos. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put these together. I think it's really good. They're really good if you're new to trading. And stock of the day video that I do. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I think I remember what it is, ACVA, and I don't think it triggered. Yeah, so it did not trigger. So when you get the email, now, if you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. If you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Okay. If you don't think you're getting it. So, because when you get the email, Steve outlines, his reasoning for suggesting this as a trade of the week. And then there is an entry, a suggested entry. And that was 1840. Okay. Remember, this is Monday's candle. So he said the suggested entry is 1840. Well, look what happened on Monday. I got up to 1832. So this is not a bad trade of the week. It's a non-event. Okay. Now, this could happen next week. I mean, it doesn't mean, we're a week early, maybe. Starbucks. Wow. Starbucks again, guys, making new lows for the day. And as always, if you have questions, you can ask me questions all day long. This is, yes, it's a trading room, but it's also a support room. Okay. Rajesh, good morning or afternoon, I guess. Yeah. Well, still morning for me. Morning for me on the West Coast. Well, we have multiple time zones of people in our trading room. We've got people from Europe, from Australia, obviously North America. All right. Well, let me see if I can help you. If it's an accounting issue, I will not be able to help you, but let me see if I can help you. Okay. And if I can't, hopefully I can direct you to somebody who can. So the chart window is not refreshing automatically. Now, what are you using? Are you using our web-based version or using the downloadable application? Which version of Trade Ideas are you using? You are a subscriber, right? So you're using, so just like this. So when you say not refreshing, let's take a look at the SPY. So are you saying, for instance, you're not seeing any movement in the y-axis? See, I'm on a different version from you, okay? I'm on, I don't even know what I am. Helping about, I'm on some development version. Yeah, 0.88. Now you may be on, I'm on a development version. So you're saying it's just not moving. Well, there's no magic bullet other than going back to a version that might be able to help. I don't know that this is a known, I don't know. Okay, now, okay, so is it possible, just possible? Okay, so this is moving. This is what's happening, but the chart's not moving, right? Is it possible? Do you see there's a little right arrow there? Can you see on my chart? There's a little right arrow. I'm just guessing right now. Okay. Tank. So again, can you see in the bottom right hand corner of your chart? Is there a little right arrow? Yeah, there were marginal, minimal fireworks for the 2 o'clocker. So Rajesh, can you answer me? Do you see a right arrow, little arrow in the bottom? You do not. Okay. That typically is could have been a reason, okay? Because it means that you've scrolled back and you've forgotten. So you see the price will change, but the candle is like this is an old candle. You have to do this, and now you're at the current candle. Okay, so that is a for sure not. Okay. I can't help you. There's nothing I can say. The only thing, did you try to do a reset connection a couple of times just in case? But I will direct you. You might have to go back a build. And I'll also have to, okay, you did a reset. Okay. So has Chris tried to help you at all? Am I the first person you've contacted on this, or have they tried to help you? Oh, I am. Okay. Well, then that's a good news then, because I don't have the build that they might be able to help you with, but just give me a moment. Okay. So if you go to my homepage, what time is it now? 2:20. Okay. Go to my homepage, click on the link. Okay, and click on the need help. Okay. Now, do you have the old version? Do you still have it hanging around somewhere? Because if you don't, click on the need help and click on the ask and then click on the chat and say exactly what you just told me. And also say, and there is no right arrow, so I know I'm current. And how about everything else though, excuse me, Rajesh, excuse me if I'm mispronouncing your name. Raj, how about I call you Raj? Do you have a green ball? Are you getting other data? Are you getting, are your scan okay, so your scans are working, it's just the charts, okay. All right, well, click on the chat and just explain exactly. Ah, okay. Okay, let's see if that works then. So Jim Spring says they had the same issue or having the same issue. And so resizing the window. Now, hopefully you don't have to keep doing it all day long though. So what you're saying is if you did something like this and then move it out, it starts to work. So you know what? You might just want to go back to an older version then. You have to do it repeatedly. That's terrible. So what I would do then is go to chat, and you too, Jim. You too. Okay. Go to the chat and give them your email address. Okay, both of you guys, email address. Explain what's happening, and then you can even say you talked to me, and we made sure that it wasn't the little right arrow. Okay, because that's a common error. Not error. You forget you've scrolled back, and then you forget to hit that right arrow to get you current. So, and then ask them for a previous build. that they think will solve the problem. Okay. I'm lucky. I've not had that problem. Okay. And I'm on, as I say all the time, I'm sort of the guinea pig tester because I'm always on like you guys are on either production or beta, but I'm always on a development version that, you never know what I never know what I'm going to see. Typically, I will have to say this, in the last week and a half, I've probably seen more issues than I've seen in the last 3 years. Okay. Of kind of weirdness happening. And I'm always, I've always been on a development build. What do I think of? What do I think of TGTX? Well, I know I think it was an earnings play, wasn't it? I don't see it anymore here. Don't even see it here anymore. So that's very interesting. It only happens in freestanding charts. Usually it would be the reverse. Oh, I see why it's not down here. My lowest one is 17.72%. This is at 17.35%. Well, again, if you're a follower of the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart, it held, and yeah, it might, but it's had a pretty big, pretty 1802 down to 1485, and that's a pretty big range. See, this is what's happening to me today. But that's my fault. I typed it in wrong. No, I didn't. Yeah, so I mean, it's over 16. I mean, the high in the pre-market was way up here, 1855. I mean, it's got a shot. It's an earnings play, so in theory, it'll still be fairly active all day long. But it's had a pretty big pullback. BCAB, did it do it? Yeah. When did I mention this BCAB on the three break? Trader Eye, is that the? I don't look at the Trader Eye at all. Who are you? The reason you're the first person, you have no pseudonym or what? It's okay. I haven't seen like what I'm talking about. I don't see. Usually we have a name or something. But anyway, yeah, the Trader Eye is that Andy's? I can't remember if that's Andy's or is that I think that's Andy's, isn't it? But yeah, I mean, it's possible. I'm just not a swing trader. He's looking more for swings, but it could, yeah, anything is possible. Thoughts on Silk? Well, that is the one that gapped down and reversed. A really good reversal play. I mean, look at that. I know I say this I seem to say it every single day. I want to pay a lot more attention to the gap continuation or reversal, but I just seem to, unfortunately, not pay. I can't pay attention to it. I'm tugged in a few different directions. Well, when I'm saying I'm talking to you, I don't. Well, how do I know if it stopped running? I have no idea. No idea if it stopped running. I can see that the high up here. I mean, it's got room to keep running. if it wants to. There's the high up here. That's a daily high of 2248. So I mean, it's still got a lot of room if it wants to keep running, but I don't know. Another one that broke through that 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. That was at 1920. All right, guys, about a little over a minute. I'll get my SPY chart up again. Now, typically, right at 2:30, there's probably nothing because he's got to settle himself at the podium and then he starts to speak. But it could be a delayed reaction. Now, the other thing, were you guys using the HTML charts, Jim and Raj? Because I noticed that when I had my SPY chart up, it took a while for the candle to form. So are you guys using the HTML charts, which would have sort of this information on top, or does it look like this at the top? Oh, that might be it. Because I remember when at 2 o'clock, I had an HTML chart up and I noticed that my 1 minute candle was not filling. So I think that's the reason. It's don't. So in other words, Raj and Jim, don't use the HTML charts that seems to be the issue. If it's freestanding, yeah, like you said, because I'm using an HTML chart here. Anyway, guys, it's 2:30. I almost guarantee it'll work. Okay, almost guarantee. Notice I said almost. See, it should start looking like this. I've had 1 minute chart. If you right click on your chart and it says use browser interface, uncheck it. Okay, uncheck it. So right click on your chart, and if use browser interface is checked, uncheck it. All right. Well, whatever he's yapping about, market's not liking it. And he's probably saying, yeah, we don't foresee any rate decrease for months and months, maybe next year. That's my guess. Wow. Yeah. Look at this. Well, 500. We'll see. Look at the difference, guys, between the 2 o'clock FOMC. We didn't see any of these giant candles. Now, this is not necessarily the first reaction or the end reaction. Okay. And Starbucks, I keep hearing Starbucks. Well, I don't hear Starbucks. What I hear is grunt, grunt, grunt. I hear grunt, 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 and that's that's my sound alert in my 10-day daily breakdown. And I just glance, and there's Starbucks again. Original alert at 75.49. So not quite $3 yet. And again, guys, look what's happening. See, we're getting a green candle. And look at this, guys. So look at this. So again, as I say, the first reaction is not necessarily the end reaction. So IBIT is continuing to move after IBIT did this. Bitcoin is basically following all this. But now look at this. So you know what? You are lucky, Denver. I don't know how quickly you could have got out of it, but you're lucky you didn't get those puts. I mean, if you're really, really quick, I guess, but anybody listening to what he's actually saying? But now look. So I'll keep this up for about at least 5 minutes, okay? Because again, this is more about not just what he says, but I guess he fields questions from the press. Now look. But Starbucks is not being helped at all. Look at Starbucks. Wow. Not that the spot, not that whatever he's saying is going to help Starbucks, but oh, I forgot to uncheck the symbol linking. This is pretty wild action right now, guys. And look at a 15-minute chart. I mean, look at that bottoming tail, which is, of course, that 1-minute chart, 1-minute candle. And look at that bottoming tail. And now, William, what time today? If any time at all. 4:05. Okay. So, guys, William will keep the main room open until 4:05. He says, okay, and I usually take off at around 3. Always stick around if there are questions. And in our YouTube room, I do have to shut you guys down, but I will put the main trading room link in the YouTube room, so you can head over to the main room if you want. There'll be no screen sharing, and nobody will be talking, but you can converse amongst yourselves. Okay. All right, guys. What time is it now? 11:38 or 2:38. All right, so we're 8 minutes in. I would say that we're probably probably seeing the direction. Anybody actually listening to him? Oh, there are a ton of earnings tomorrow. Ton. Again, there are 1,000 companies this week. Okay, at least. Relax. Real. So what's he saying? He's concluding now. So what did he say? Glimmer of hope, maybe a reduction this year. Oh, he's answering questions now. Okay. Well, let's see how he answers them. Here's one coming out of nowhere, guys. XBit. XBit. Haven't seen this one all day long. That's why 100,000 shares. Okay. I can't imagine a rate hike, but hey, all right, guys. I will get rid of this. Well, if there hadn't been the FOMC stuff, I'd probably still be in this DBRG um, reversal, but I am not. Could not chance it. Give me a moment. You know that WGS guys. I mean that I can't remember who it was in our YouTube room. Let's see if I can find it. Way back when, I think in the pre-market, somebody asked me about WGS. I think it was YouTube. Maybe not. Anyway, somebody asked me about WGS and said, "What about a continuation?" And at the time, it wasn't trading very much at all, so I just kind of forgot about it. Man, look at the DBRG guys. Nice, 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 nice. I'm looking. I know Shady's in the CTMX. I am actually looking at it. Also, look at the spy. Look at the spy. So I bit obviously is yeah. I mean, I can see now. Now Bitcoin is only down 484. So interesting. Stupid market. Well, there's the silk, I mean, somebody asked me, can it keep going? Of course it can keep going, but my crystal ball does not know. Now it's probably helped, with this, but we didn't know the SPY was going to do this necessarily, especially after the 2 o'clock action. But here we are, 2252, couple of dollars away from the high. Yeah, has a crack in it, draw. Well, I'm very interested to see what CTMX does out of here. Hugging that 10 SMA in the 15-minute chart, okay? I'm very interested to see if it has, get some volume and pops and maybe takes a shot at the high of the day. The blue arrow comes from if I click on an alert, from an alert window, okay? We go back. So if I click on something, I'm just trying to find something earlier. So if I click on CSSEP 1133, okay, watch what happens. I click on it, and you see the little blue arrow? That's telling me that's the candle. That's the time frame in the 15-minute that the alert happened at, as an example, okay? It's hard to see, I know, maybe, but so that's another reason why, even if you do this, I think it happens from let me make sure. Yeah. So even from from a multi-strategy window, so that's another way you can go back in time. And even if you don't have the repeating version of this to see, well, what happened from that alert, you can click on, say, CONL at 9:30, and the alert was at 9:39. You can see that blue arrow there, and you can see, eventually that was a pretty nice looking trade. This is not, take the trade. It's just alerting you where the alert happened. Okay, and then you can kind of see, well, what did it do from there? So I had a little pullback and then a nice move. Well, we thought that DBRG would have a bounce at some point, perhaps, with this action down here, and it certainly did. It just took a lot longer. When you look at leg, you can see the bounce happened a lot earlier for it. Okay, CTMX. So it's kind of a way to I don't want to call these strategies. These are scans, okay? So it's kind of a way to take a look and say, okay, in my scan, this was supposed to be a suggestion to go long, okay? CONL, a suggestion to go long. This was a suggestion to go short. I sort of disregard them. In fact, I thought I put a 10-minute halt, not halt, but I didn't want them to activate before 10 minutes because it would be so whippy in the first 10. But here's LEG, okay? So this was a suggestion to go short at 1189. Now, don't get confused. This up arrow is just a designation arrow. It's not telling you the direction of where in theory you take the trade. Okay? So at what happened? 1189, and before, so we had the alert and then it got down to 11. Now it had a beautiful bounce. So if you started clicking on all these and they never went in the direction, you might have to say to yourself, I better maybe adjust my scan because I don't want to keep seeing things, that is suggesting I go long and really, they didn't work at all. Now, you have to give it at least a week. You can't, well, especially if a scan has been working pretty well, just if you a couple of days and it's not giving you the direct and when it's telling you a suggested direction and it's not working in that direction, don't in one day don't say, well, I guess that's it. And in fact, sometimes you say, okay, it didn't work in that direction, let's go in the other direction. Meanwhile, yeah, what's the market doing? So market tried a little bit of a sell there, but nope, buyers are still in control. And what all these clues, right? All these topping tails and bottoming tails are all clues as to what is kind of happening. But the buyers are still in control. All right, so this showed up in the gap up and go, but look what's happening. It's coming right into that daily high, not too far away, 1459, and that's the OSW. So this is kind of out of nowhere. I also look at SGHC. Look at the volume that came in. How much volume right now? 834,000. I mean, 600,000 is in this volume bar, and it still has 7 minutes to close. So all of a sudden, out of nowhere, SGHC had a bunch of volume. But coming into the 200-day moving average. Well, understand again, Baba. Just because I am showing it, I'm only showing it because it's showing up on an alert. Okay, it's showing up in my momentum scan, and so I don't know what I'm going to see, of course, until I. But I just mentioned. I mean, the 200-day is right there, and it doesn't have that great look for me. But I don't know it until I click on the alert, of course. Oh, I see. Yeah, I mean, when I look left, I don't like all the little areas that it could stall. But it is a super group, and for some reason, somebody wanted it right now. Okay, I'm gonna have to take. I have this thumbnail, and it's driving me crazy. The DBRG. This is so again. Tomorrow when we see a stock that's completely and utterly beaten up, especially if it's on earnings or some news, they do find a bottom at some point. Now it's very tricky, of course, but this was a little bit easier to determine. Look at all look at all this action right here, and then that. I'll start to keep an eye on this 10 SMA that Steve loves, and it closed above it, right at 1405. I ended up taking this around 1415. Problem is, of course, is that the FOMC was coming up, and I thought that it may get a little affected by it. So I didn't do incredibly. I did okay on it, but nothing spectacular. All right, guys, just about time for me to sign off. Are there any questions? I'll stick around for questions. I have no problem in doing that. But if you have any questions, don't be shy. Never think that something is dumb. Okay, in terms of a question, we all started out new at some point in this insane job of trying to trade. Stagflation. That's what interest rates moving higher plus unemployment is that combination, right? Well, the crazy thing is they want high unemployment, right? But they want the interest rates to come down because of that. Well, higher unemployment, but they're not getting high unemployment. Wow. Okay. Full employment and 2% inflation. Okay. That's a pipe dream. But yeah, look at this market, guys. Wow. Yeah. I don't look at the Dow very much, but yeah, up 500. NAS is up 200. SPY's up 5. And nice end of the day. Here's Lending Club, another earnings play, guys. Gap up and go. High right there, 9.99. All right, guys. I think that is it for me. I'm going to. I might even try to do some trading in the last hour on my own. Um, Before I leave, I will put the YouTube link. Sorry, the main trading room link into YouTube. So you guys who are still in YouTube can head over if you want. Okay, there's the link to get into our main room. So as always, thanks for all the help. Another exciting day. I'll be on the mic tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern time. Hopefully I don't have to do a reboot of my computer like I had this morning. So I will stop the screen sharing now in the main room. And now I shall mute myself in the main room. And now in YouTube, I will end the stream in YouTube.